All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome to the stream. I am It's Not Hawk, joined by
Weebins, and we are here for the CLOL playoffs. Get excited, everyone. Today, we have SJSU League versus Ohio State University, also known as OSU, and momentarily we'll be tuning into the draft flow. This will be a best-of-5 series.
it is a best of five. It's the first best of five that we've seen our team SJSU play this season. So that should be something interesting to look forward to. I believe it is the first best of five, right?
Yeah, this is the first
Yeah.
round of playoffs, and seeding-wise, I think it is 8.
Yeah, we were looking at it. It is in the lower bracket, I believe, as well. So just the way that the seedings work, SJSU did finish fairly high in Mountain West, but that's sort of valued lower than other leagues in the College League of Legends world. So they are going to be placed lower, but never doubt them. They haven't played against a lot of these teams, so it'll be very interesting to see how they fare. We should be heading into the draft roll soon. They've got it set up.
Yeah.
But,
So, I mean, honestly, regardless of seeding, it's just exciting to see League finally come back here. We did take a little break for a while, and now that we're coming back, we're showing that we're still competitive. And, we hope to continue to prove that as we get into this series. Now, that being said, that, I'm not sure what to expect here because, I mean, when we cast some games, we see some shenanigans here and there, we see some interesting.
Yeah, every time.
I mean, it is what it is. Obviously, it is a game. You like to have a little fun,
Yeah.
but we're getting towards the end of the academic year, getting towards the end of the competitive year as well. So hopefully, we can all lock in for this game and series and whatever else you have to do right now because it has been. I have a lot on my plate, but we're still here.
Yeah, we are still here. I mean, all of these players have their own lives too. They have their own school stuff going on. So it's, it is pretty crazy. The timer did just start on the first ban for the draft load. So we're going to head over to that now, get a view at what SJSU wants to ban out first.
Yeah, a little bit of the producer magic going on here. So honestly, we do not have any information on the other team. So we're going to have to see what they're trending towards now. If there's any strong solo standout players, or if they're just gonna go for typical bot lane bans to enable their bot lane. So first looking like a Nazir ban, so a little bit of emphasis on the mid lane here. Now you don't see Azir a lot in this meta typically compared to normal other poke mages, I'd say. So there must be a one trick or a person that does 2 or 3 characters that they're just absolutely scared of ruining their comp. If I had to take a guess.
Yeah, that is something that happens a lot more in these college games, like targeted bans. I mean, it happens in professional too.
Well,
course, but
yeah, but with Fearless, it makes it,
Yeah.
you have to be a bit more flexible and you have to really pick and choose what you ban. But it is not I don't believe that format is implemented here in this league as of now. And Urga ban, wow, now that is interesting because I don't think our top laner unruggedly picks Urga. Evan
maybe?
Evan's not really Oh yeah,
there has been a little.
there's been a little bit of the Urgot top.
Urgot jungle too. Right?
I mean, that was a secret tech. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a funny season seeing some top laners head down to the jungle. I mean, that's just been kind of a funny trend happening in League some of these past few years. Bring the top laners down the mid lane or jungle, but yeah. So so clearly teams have done their homework on each other.
Yeah, Ezreal here banned out from the bottom lane.
In a normal league meta, you wouldn't typically consider these high priority bans, I would say, compared to other characters out there. But I think just because this is specific team strategy or individual player potential with some of these characters, it is probably what we're gonna see in terms of the bans here. There's something to read into it, but I wouldn't say anything too glaringly obvious. That will probably change as the series unfolds. And now Rumble coming out.
Yeah, 2 top lane bans there. Obviously, a little bit scared of what Evan might be able to do on those champs. And we'll see what SJSU wants to ban out third here. At OSU will, of course, get to return that one before we head to our first couple of picks. Excited to see that. Has been a fairly slow draft, fairly methodical.
Yeah, so note that we are blue side for this game. So we're going to have to see if there's any priority in the picks. Yep, now seeing a focus on the bot lane there. As mentioned, if we're looking into what is being banned so far, so.
Yeah, and it's nothing too crazy here. sometimes there's a lot to say with these drafts where we see some crazy bans and maybe we will see some crazy picks, but it has been fairly slow. Both teams waiting out this counter, trying to make the best decision possible as we go into this game. These teams I don't think have ever really played against each other, at least not in their current form. Varus taken out of the pool.
Yep, that is also another comfort pick, another standard pick that our team is also known for. Also a pretty strong bot laner in the meta, can be blinded, can work with a lot of things, has variety of play styles, and is just very strong for the early game. Now, looking at our first pick here, can be very important to see what is chosen here.
And Varus has been something that SJSU does like to blind pick in this first slot, so that's taken out of the equation, but Cassante locked in instead.
Yep, seeing the tank duty, so now gonna have to see if we're just calling Ohio State University or OSU.
Yeah.
Ohio State University or OSU. It's just funny. I'm sorry, it's just the rhythm game brain rot. But besides that, yeah, gonna see if they counterpick with a another top laner here, or if something else happens, perhaps.
There's the miniature earthquake in the studio, I believe. California things.
Now Gwen. Yep.
Gwen responds for the top lane pick there.
I mean, have seen Gwen in the jungle, but most likely just for this top pick. Now gonna try to make him a little uncomfortable, but is still a playable matchup as far as I'm concerned. It will definitely be skill based at this, so seeing the confidence there.
There's no lack of skill in the SJSU top lane for sure.
I mean, if he made it this far into the collegiate LOL, playoffs and whatnot, I don't think any of these players should be doubting themselves in terms of skill. But, at the end of the day, it depends who shows up and who doesn't. And now, blinding the Jinx.
I just like to watch Jinx. That's why I got excited. I don't,
Arcane, whatever.
No, before Arcane, I promise. No. Jinx was one of the first champs that I picked up personally. So, I like to see it piloted at a bit of a higher level than what I was able to do.
I mean, always nice to see these iconic champions picked at a higher level. Now, Ashe, wow. Okay. I definitely have some opinions on this, to say the least, because the thing is, Ashe has not been the most popular. And I will say, I do have a friend who likes to play Ashe a lot. The build path is very interesting. It's gonna have to see how it pans out in this. The range in terms of poke is not the worst, but I didn't imagine that Ashe would be the answer, but what am I to say? So Rel, Alistar, typical engage supports here is going to get very scrappy in the bot lane here. Ashe also does provide a bit of the utility with the Hawk Shot and with the Frosted Arrow across the map, so maybe they're looking to take advantage of that with some of the roam timers and maybe the information gathering, but we'll have to see how the laning goes, because...
Yeah, in my experience, Ashe is definitely outranges, but it is decently squishy as well.
I mean, it's an ADC, but...
Yeah, but, even compare in the Jinx matchup, I found not too hard to deal with Ashe, but we'll see how that all plays out. Aurelion Sol taken out from the mid lane. That's a ban that we've seen a lot against SJSU.
Mm-hmm. Yep, because I believe Went is very known for that. Went does have a flexible champion pool, so I'm not as concerned, but I guess that is one of the comfort mages that he typically plays. I will say Victor is still in the pool. Orianna is still in the pool.
Yeah.
Just those normal Wicked mages, unless we go for like a little bit something a little more melee range. I've seen the Silas come out too. I've seen an Akali as well, so there's no limit here, but have to wait and see. And
they will ban out the Victor themselves, SJSU. Maybe you don't want the possibility of OSU taking that away from you. Vigar also knocked out of the mid lane. We'll see what SJSU does here, but the champ pool might be a little worn down for both teams here.
I mean, jungle and mid are the last two picks, assuming Gwen is not jungle, right? This is like guaranteed not to be jungle, but let's see. Yep, Yeo now banned in the mid lane there. Would really enable their dive comp from what I see here.
A lot of focus on the mid lane in these bans. You see the Azir, you've got the Yone, you have also the Victor, the Vicar, the Aurelion Sol. 5 bans out of these 10. Pantheon there will be for the jungle.
Presumably.
Yeah, it could go top when goes jungle. Yeah, we'll see.
I don't imagine you put Pantheon in the Cassandre. That sounds really unplayable, but maybe there's some tech we don't know about, but I doubt you're pulling out random tech this far, this deep into the
Who knows?
season.
First game, you throw something out there just to scare them off. Could work.
Absolutely, maybe not. And
I don't know. I think we've also seen a little bit of that out of Went, so nothing too crazy there.
Little concerned about the range, but is a bit bulkier of a mage, so maybe we'll enable the front to back that I think SJSU are really setting up for. You look at the Rel Cassante for the Ashe, right? I think that is very good frontline for the Ashe, assuming they can ward off all the tools that OSU have to dive the backline here. Not impossible, but will be difficult. And now Lilia coming out. I like that pick a lot. Has a nice movement speed, has the disables and CC as well. And can be tankier.
Yeah. I do want to say, I do believe that our former champ, or good Grandmaster, what was he? I mean, he was the highest rank.
Challenger.
Jeez. Oh my God. It's been 4 days of the week, and now my mind is gone.
Mentally challenger.
Yeah, I may be mentally challenged right now because I'm on a lack of sleep. Cassiopeia, the final pick of this draft. But I did want to say that our formerly challenger player Gabe, I think, is in the call, helping these SJSU players make their picks right now. So they've got a lot backing them up right here. We'll head into this first game very soon, see how all these picks play out on the Rift. And we are in on the rift. Just going to start.
5-man bottom, better now. Oh boy, oh boy, the clown show's already happening. Hopefully no one walks into the bottom lane there.
I mean, it looks like they might just get away with it.
Oh, wait. Okay, this is funny actually. Now, like, it's crazy to be here in a place where you actually recognize some of the names.
Yeah.
Because let's just say I've seen some of the names on the OSU team, at least through other media. Now, regardless of what they portray them as, they're professionals competing in this league. The 5-man invade bottom did not really, or not invade, but like 5-man bush cheese did not really account to anything. They'll just take a reset, goes back to the normal 5-point by the looks of it, and we'll be seeing that junglers will be starting on opposite sides for now. Go to the Raptors and then go to their blue side, assuming after, unless they're gonna do a 4 camp.
Yeah. It's just pretty standard from here. Those minion waves will be approaching soon. Yeah, we'll see how this bot lane plays out. Both these players are hidden. OSU Cyborg walking right into it. Stuns up Mock, so not going to get too much out of that.
Yeah, early poke, nice against the Alistar, can sustain that back up, but this is typically what Mock does. He wants easy tries. Actually gets a stun on it, and
crazy dive to make their Rulers at about half HP now. Cyborg pushing Mock deep though. You have to back out of that. Stinky taking so much. The burn procs. Mock jumping back in now. Both these teams, both players are on both teams are about at the same health. I think SJSU might have the level 2 here.
Thing is though, both Sums blown on the Alistar, and Barrier already blown on the Ashe 2. Now gets a level 2 prio, but
I mean, they're in the bush here, but there is vision, and that's the level 2 for OSU as well. So that'll be evened out.
Mock still has flash to play with. Already burnt the ignite, but the thing is, Cleanse is still on the table here for Ruler, and Pantheon is getting closer, kind of nearby, so the window of timing for this playing is closing, and now with the passive kicking in to get a sustain coming in, probably not seeing anything happen here.
Heavy taking a little bit of a beating in the top lane, forced into his tower. Of course, the timing on the jungler will be swapped, so there's potential for Lilia to come in very early at this level 3. The mid lane went. It looks fairly even here as far as all things go.
Fire just getting vision on the bot lane too, confirming the pathing of the Lilia. I feel like both teams already know this. This is pretty normal stuff at this level, but now I'm pushing it in, gonna try to crash it, and just gonna back off for now, just in case. Gonna maybe see no contest on the bot crab right now. Gwenner also already has that early ward in the river there, so you know nothing should be hidden here in terms of information. Now, actually, maybe looking to make a play here, but I don't know if you want to play this 3v2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky one. And I was going to comment earlier that Heavy was getting a little bit low on the top lane, but it does seem like he sustained that back up. So not going to be too worried about that as Lilia takes the first recall.
Yeah, reset timer's on the board, but yeah, that is just the 4-stack Q on Gwen. The snip coming through, doing that true damage, doing a lot of that poke we are seeing so early on.
Yeah. OSU Cyborg also at full health here. Looks like we might see a skirmish, a little bit favored in terms of the minions, but Evan is here to back it up potentially. And Pantheon just hit the recall, so the timing could be very good for SJSU if they're able to find stun up.
Seeing them trying to hold the wave here, but I feel like this is just kind of time being burned at the moment. Still can reset those Krugs. Now seeing them walk to the tri-bush, and Ruler gets hit with the E. Knockback from OSU Cyborg to stall the play out, but
Ruler's dashing through the wall. OSU Cyborg left out to dry. First blood there for Evan.
Nice window of timing there taken by Evan to get that play in with the reset of the Pantheon there. Not going to allow the bot lane to reset after one more pushed wave, and OSU Cyborg's the first to fall here.
Yeah, that is the first kill of the game. Chemtech Drake will be the first to spawn as well as we hit that 5-minute mark. Pings come out in the blue side top jungle. there's going to be an opportunity for OSU Miller to take some of these camps. Should line up with Lilia heading over there as well, though. So we'll see if anything happens here.
Yeah, invade for the Void Grubs here. Getting ahead of it now. Jumps onto Evan, but this is not enough damage from Miller to come out right now. We'll chunk out half. Takes a tower shot. Mock already on the return there in the bush. Gets the stun on the Miller to fall from Lilia. Almost enough, but
gosh,
Cyborg with a head bug knocks him back, and he's dead again.
Yeah, Miller now going to be caught out. Evan, I mean, there was a beautiful dodge there, just and then dodging and then forcing the tower shot onto Miller. I think might have been the difference maker there. Allow your team a little bit more time to get there. And so Void Grubs should be a pretty easy objective for SJSU to pick up here.
Yeah, the thing is, it's based off that bot lane tempo we saw earlier. Because Evan made the play bottom, it allowed Mock and Stinky to push in that one wave while Cyborg was dead, and now Ruler had to come back, catch up, and catch the wave, and is unable to follow after Stinky took the reset from that one wave. This should be a secured objective, and Cyborg's going to be wandering the plains again, wandering the bushes, but nothing will be done here, as they just simply have to watch all 3 Void Grubs be taken at this early stage of the game.
Yeah, you have that vision there, but it's not going to do too much for you. Lanes have swapped here. Kevy and 2M2MC in the bot lane, dueling under the tower again. Mock and Stinky here just up against Cyborg for now. There's Ruler to join.
And it just seems like the bot lane of OSU is just one step behind everything that SJSU is able to do right now. And this is really causing the early game to be so difficult at the moment. Not impossible, but definitely harder than they would have liked to have in the series.
Yeah. Pantheon attempting another invade on this bottom side jungle now. Evan has this level 6 here, has the ult. I think Miller understands that. Maybe you try and steal this. No, gonna recall.
I'm thinking twice about it. Both mid laners not really in position to follow up, make any play on that. So business as usual, I suppose, with the exception of already starting to get ahead of the clear with the Faded Ashes and those 2 kills.
So a little bit more vision get placed onto the blue side jungle out of OSU. So that's, you know, a little bit of an advantage there from the recall off of Went. Went has used both summoner spells here. Live Fire has the flash available. Some good chip damage there, but it's not enough to go onto the tower quite yet. Evan here as well. The control ward will spot him out. Oh, what do you do? You try for this. Level up from 5 fire will be 8 over, went 7. Yeah, now you have 2 players here for SJSU. Is this kind of
already committed the ult. It's going under the tower here. Went unable to live, but dodges the stun with the flash, but tower finally cleans that up. No assists are given over. At least a 1-for-1 trade for the troubles there, but still looking like a difficult matchup even with the Swifties already.
Yeah, not a perfect trade by any means, that 1-for-1 there, but it's not too bad either. And SJSU have a 3-kill lead right now, about 1k gold difference. They got those grubs early on. We'll see what they're able to do about some of these other objectives. The Drake is still alive.
Already being taken, actually. I think Mock wants to play on 2MCMC, but the thing is, Evan's not here to respond to the Dragon, and
I mean, Mock has no knowledge, I don't think, of this Drake being taken right now. Place the ward in this bush here that's not going to really spot anything. So this might go off without any contest from SJSU. Mock now going to be spotted out by the ward. Pops the eye to take that one out, and that's the Drake gone. Pretty easy solo kill out of Miller there.
Yep, and Fly Fire now getting 1 play for their troubles here after harassing and poking. That's the thing about this matchup. It is really difficult for Vlad to really do too much in the early game. Not match the wave there as well, but it gets a bit better as the time goes on. That being said, this early game's going as expected with the exception of ball lane actually doing a bit better than we anticipated.
Yeah, and we will see the lanes swap back right now. You see on the mini map both of those OSU bot lane players recalling to reset and go back down as Kevy approaches to the top lane. I mean, it has been a little bit of SJSU's kind of dictating the start of the block. Saw Kevy come in just a little bit before this Gwen here. It is that tiny bit of an advantage. We'll see what he can do out of it. Gets a little bit of early damage, but you can never be too careful around a Gwen. Mach diving in now. 5-Fire, half health. What can Evan do here? Going low himself, actually. 5-Fire won't make it out quite yet, though. Mach went heavy now as well. 2M, 2MC is coming, but might be a little bit late. The tower protecting Miller on 1 health left. Now it's 3v2. Miller's out of this game. Another player approaches in Stinky. Sent an arrow before. What can you do now? That's an easy kill to clean up. Stinky gets the credit. 1-0-3 for them. 100 gold bounty as well. Went picking up 3 kills total this game so far. And Ruler is going to get some decent damage onto this tower.
Yeah, a bit of a trade back coming through. TP's now from KV coming through, but nice rotation from SJSU to group up at that fight after the skirmish started initially. And now the thing is, Void Grubs will be up and Mach is forced to reset here. Evan might look like he wants to play for this, but
can you get there in time, I guess, is the question. OSU Cyborg trying to hold off any aggression here. Evan throwing that ability just a second too late, unable to claim that Void Grub. So it will be 1 for OSU. It will be 2 for OSU. Now the battle starts. Cyborg going low already. Evan has the potential to really sweep here.
Yeah, this is the
Andrews. I mean, yeah, there we go. Went.
E.
That's 1. It's going to be 2 easily as well. Stinky finds the credit for that, though. 5-Fire will fall, and so SJSU will have 4 Void Grubs, 2 OSU's 2. Still not ideal. You want to get all 6 of those for yourself.
At this rate, though, this is already 1 objective going over to SJSU along with the Fetal Warfare here. So on tempo to possibly claim it if they're able to get one of the towers down. And the thing is, it just feels like OSU right now are forcing a lot of plays when they're not necessarily in the position to. The tempo from their lanes and their recalls are not favorable, especially for some of the fights you can see. And SJSU are able to stay on top of that, take advantage of those timings, and you can see that especially through the bot lane and their movement.
Again, SJSU dictating where these OSU players have to go. Heavy switching into the bot lane again here. And we saw that happen before the Void Grubs, but it just seems like they have a little bit more control over this game, which comes with the kills. Mach able to really defend against those tower plates going down there, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the thing is, OSU are still holding on to the game because even though they are not necessarily winning these objective fights, they are winning in terms of the tower golden plating, so...
Yeah, and they do have the 1 objective at Drake. We shouldn't count that out, especially as we look forward in this game. Eventually, what can you build up Soul? Maybe see what that is in a couple more fights, but there is the potential to come back off of that as well.
Yeah, it's so funny when you look at the gold differential because the bot lane isn't that far apart at all. In fact, Ruler is actually ahead just because they've been farming and scaling this whole time, so not to see how that turns out. The only big difference maker really is within the mid lane and the jungle in terms of gold deficit right now.
Yeah, and even in the mid lane, I mean, still Went is down. A decent bit of CS. So really banking on all of those kills that they've been getting. This top tower looks like it will fall soon. Out 1 plate left of health. We'll have to abandon that.
Oh, the stun with the arrow.
Nice stun on the arrow. Mach going in for seconds. Went channeling this here. It won't matter because Evan finding the kill there. Heavy defending against 2 here. The tower putting in work as well. It should be Cyborg going down. There we go. Heavy finding that one, but the tower is so low in this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it did seem like they were just trying to force it just to compensate and maybe get it before the 14-minute mark, but overextending their stay and gets punished for it. Same story with 5-Fire. They're getting caught in that bush near the mid lane there, and now the Drake will go in favor of SJSU. Gonna have to see what it rolls into because this will be the sole point from now on.
Yeah. The tower should be gone soon here. Ruler just needs to hit a couple shots. Heavy, good job clearing out the wave fast enough. Ruler only able to get, I think, 1 onto the tower. You do have to kind of stick around here unless you are comfortable losing that out. You're just risking more and more by staying here longer. We see the Pantheon went here to join.
Yeah, but the thing
It's
is,
a risky position here.
I'm seeing movement from the bot lane into the jungle already. OSU sideboard walking over that ward there. Might actually hit the mid tower here because Evan was walking towards top to try to cover the dive here. And it did seem like, although we prevented one thing.
Yeah, you gotta be careful here. Miller handling it out there. I think Gwent will be fine. You have that second tower to fall back onto, but this mid tower will go down. Oh no, it won't, because Evan's here now. Mock as well. That's a stun up onto Cyborg. Does still take down the tower, but it's a double kill for Evan. Looking for a triple kill, finding the third. Evan on a roll here. Rift Herald spawning now, and you have no reason not to take it at this point. 15 seconds left on Miller's death timer. 16 on that of 5 Fire. I guess they're not going to quite yet. Maybe you set up for it a little bit more, but
I just want to be nice and healthy for that fight and maybe give the chance for Stinky to try to at least clear the bottom tower here. Went will also now finally get the mid tower as a result of those two members dying there. And now
I think that is a lot more worth it, actually, to take those 2 towers.
Yeah, especially setting up for the next objective now, starting to choke him out of the map already with Evan, who should be close to their second item already. You can already see that they have the Geising Mask already built. I believe that's what that's called, if I'm not mistaken. But everyone else is starting to approach their second item or half components towards that. And meanwhile, OSU are just scrambling around the map, trying to really just pick up whatever is left over.
Really the first tower claim for OSU in that top lane. We saw how low it was before, though. And SJSU still maintaining the lead in that aspect. They've broadened out the gold lead a little bit more as well. We're looking at about 3,500 right at this moment.
Oh, Ran Starfall.
Wow, Ran Starfall into the top lane. Mock here to back it up, but the stuns aren't enough. The shutdown out of 5 Fire, 600 gold into your pockets. But basically free here. Mock could go down as well. Evan, you're up against 4 at this point. Gwent's gonna slowly come over from that mid lane, but it might just be too slow. You've lost so much in this situation. Wow, Gwent going over the wall. Like, had the vision there. Great play there, but what more can you do now? 2M2C doing big true damage there. Heavy's gonna be caught out as well, having to run away against these 4 players.
They're actually looking to play it. All Out comes in, and now the rest of the team's following. 2-man sleep gets cleansed by Ruler, but 5 Fire finally down.
Here.
5 Fire.
Heavy could also kill though.
Yeah, but OSU Cyborg is trying to stall at the back line right now, but there's no damage to follow up. They are simply getting zoned, but the excitement from Ruler is just too much. Mock's gonna crash in.
Barely gets away there. Mock trading his life for that. Their top laner. Evan unstoppable now with that kill on the Cyborg.
Yeah, even in kills, but the tempo in terms of the Rift Herald now gonna have to in favor of SJSU at the moment, but that was the thing with Pantheon, can always punish and cross map gank with that ultimate there. So nice of them to catch Stinky out there and start the fight, but nice kiting from SJSU to at least make that fight even and make it not worst case scenario.
Yeah, and with the Rift Herald here, a little bit better than even. That is a big pickup out of them. And where would you use that right now? Look at the mid lane, because I feel like you could get that power as well easily just on your own.
Yeah, TP is actually not available for 5 Fire. The thing is, you know, the next Drake will be spawning within the next 30 seconds, so that could also be a good way to get some priority ahead in some of the lanes in order to start something. I mean, you can tell that OSU are always willing to fight, willing to scrap, especially with their lineup. It feels like that's kind of mandatory with it, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, with the Jinx resets, it does make the fights a bit playable. You saw Ruler actually doing a lot of damage, especially with the full lethal tempo stacked up. And now, there is a chance for them to play into it, but the question is if they can.
Evan is 7-1. 7-1-6.
And the crazy thing is, it still feels like some of these fights are very close.
It does, yeah. I mean, yeah, neither team. I mean, you look at the kills and you're like, how has SJSU not run away with this yet? But it is fairly close. Ruinous Otacon spawning in the top lane. I guess that's another potential use for this Rift Herald. It might be a simple trading objectives here. I mean,
Yeah.
Evan and Stinky actually might get caught out in this situation. That's the Drake slain, but you have to get away. I think they do have the timing, to be fair. So, I mean, yeah, pretty good unpunished for that. OSU Miller, not anything to steal here in this bottom jungle.
I don't think the steal, but maybe looking for lives to claim, but
Yeah.
nothing really given. Respect being shown here, just going back to the status quo of just clearing out waves. See the lane wards detecting Kevi and everyone else.
Look how many wards there are here right now. A little bit crazy. Kevi, I mean, you're hungry for blood at this point. You think you could take out Cyborg on your own. Setting up maybe for this ruinous Otacon fight. You've got 3 players here. Yeah, they're gonna go for it. 4 players at this point. Cyborg spectating all of this. You can't do much until your team gets here, and they are going to get here soon. Is it soon enough? OSU Miller does have the
TP
smite
coming in.
available. Arrow comes through from Ash. I don't know if it hit anything. It did. Okay, Five Fire going down low already. That's the kill there for Mock. Went also really low himself, staying alive just long enough to secure that kill for Kevi. Miller should be dead here, and that's, I mean, a very successful fight for SJSU.
And the thing is, I think target selection was the big issue there. You look at the HP bars, they targeted Went first, and I don't think that's the problem in these fights. You need to be locking down Evan. They already are completed with the 2 items with the Leandries and the Riftmaker. They're the one dishing out most of the damage at these fights at this point in the game, and now 4 fall down as top tower and Ruinous Otacon should be just claimed for free here.
Yeah, I mean, speaking on Evan, basically halfway to that 3rd item, you have the boots already as well. A very good position to be in. I mean, that comes with the territory. Kevi, do you dive this?
Yeah, tower's going down, and Mock's already ready to follow up. Evan is right behind him too. Unless OSU Cyborg can cover this looks like another death here.
Yeah, I think just got a little bit too comfortable here for 2M2MC. Oh, the Pantheon ult in will slow it down. Kevi might be vulnerable here and will fall to the Jinx rocket in the end. Evan, godlike now. There's the arrow. Beautiful stun up, slowing it down just enough for Stinky to show up.
Oh, the 3-man stun into the crash down.
Beautiful, beautiful work out of Stinky. Slowed down the push, got there in time, dealt the damage needed. A hero for SJSU right now.
I mean, the thing is, when you look at all the plays on the map, you look at the KDA, Mock has been pretty much the forefront of all that. 21 assists, 1 kill, pretty much 22 out of 25 kill participation. So any play that is being made for the objectives, the trades in the lane, it really has to go to Mock, and that really all goes back to that early tempo that SJSU were able to get from the gank from Evan. You can see that basically the top, bottom, or not the top, the jungle bot lane duo are now, well, trio, I guess, but they're just running away with it the whole game at this rate and enabling the rest of SJSU to play and follow along.
Yeah, and that will be the 2nd tower in the bot lane to fall here for SJSU, pushing that lead forward bit by bit. I don't think they even used the Rift Herald yet. Yeah, it's still available for Evan to use. So very good position to be in terms of the lanes. Objective wise, what are we looking at coming up? I guess Baron in a minute or so. Also the Ocean Drake. So SJSU, I think you have a pretty decent way to block out OSU from contesting those just out of the sheer damage that we've seen in these team fights.
I mean, the thing about SJSU's comp, though, is that they're not necessarily the strongest solo laners against these other members right now. 2-man sleep caught in the bush there.
Arrow comes out. Stun again. You just cannot move if you're Five Fire right now. Evan coming in to claim the kill. Add 1 onto the pile you already have. 11 now for Evan, a 650 gold bounty.
Red Slash over the wall, gets the slow, gets the double stun, cleanse forced out already, but it is under tower and Miller will protect for now, but takes a respectable chunk of their HP.
Yeah, and I mean, not too much damage dealt back in return either. SJSU are really in the driver's seat now. Baron Nashor spawning here in the top river. Ocean Drake will spawn in the bottom one in just a little bit. It's another tower down in the mid lane. We just saw that one at full health a few seconds ago, it feels like.
Yep, and now with Ocean Drake spawning, this should just be another free objective at this rate. And the thing is, now this is not the usual tempo we're used to seeing from SJSU, but when it comes to these mid-game scenarios where they're able to choke them out of the map, it becomes very hard to mount a comeback.
Definitely. And positioning here from OSU almost makes you want to think that they're trying to contest this Baron play, but I don't think they really have it in them at this point, and SJSU is not even that interested in going for it.
I mean, at this rate, you can just choke out the side lanes and just maybe play for a top dive. As long as the one can just hold the Cassiopeia, I think that at the very least, there are very few openings for OSU to really punish or kill anyone here.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's still not an impossibility. SJSU could overextend themselves a little bit. They could get caught out by the vision that is placed down now.
Jinx does have their 3 items, so they are very scary at this stage of the game, especially with the LDR coming in. Mach just going to try to play ahead of this in this bush here. Doesn't believe there's any vision, but I'll have to wait and see. I mean, right now, it's just, you know, this half of the map is ours and that half of the map is yours, you know?
Yeah.
There's no other way around it now. Cyborg just trying to clear out some vision here, but we've seen him in this position again, gets denied from it. Hawkshot coming through. Mach standing strong in front of the whole play right now.
Cyborg just dropping in another ward. You know, show him who's boss, I guess. Mach will take that one out as well. And there's another one placed down. It's a gold farming simulator, and Mach is all for it. The Baron now started for SJSU. There are players here to contest, though. It could go awry. Miller always has that chance, that potential to steal with the smite. You have no vision.
They're just going to turn it. They're just going to turn it.
Okay. And, I mean, the fight, Evan, legendary again. Double kill for Evan. What can you do? I mean, he's just too good. He's too stacked. Level 17 now. 2-2 MC is here, but what really can you do? Evan has the smite available, so it's very, very tricky to try and steal.
Gonna go for the needlework on the Mach, but gets the stun out the Drowsy, and he doesn't even fall.
Oh my gosh. Wow, yeah. I mean, it's not even worth it if you get the kill on the Mach there, but just another nail in the coffin here. SJSU have found their Baron buff. Will be applied to all players because Mach did not fall.
Insult to injury at this point, you know? But what can you really do? It's just SJSU are so ready for anything. They're trying to pull Mach with a beautiful counter initiation to follow up with the rest of the ultimates from Went and Evan, and it's just a meat grinder in there.
Yeah, kind of blink and you miss it at this point with the team fights. Feels like there's no way for OSU to come back in them. We did get a water break redeemed, so we will take a sip of water for you here.
Yeah, I hope the chatters heard that one.
Yeah.
Probably not, but
Thank you very much for that. Back to the game, though. I mean, things are looking bleak, as we were saying. Not too much has happened since we took our water break. It was a quick, but
yeah,
arrow shot off into oblivion there.
Yeah, trying to catch out anyone there, but still looking to play for this tower here. Rest of the team look like they're just going to try to cover it, but I mean, with the 4 Void Grubs, it is going to go down. Going to try to contest the cannon here. Byfire walks up for it, but respect is being shown.
So strong. I mean, just the cannon would be enough to take out that tower on its own.
Yeah, Kevy just maintaining pressure too in the bot lane.
I mean, we should see SJSU try to end at some point soon here. I mean, maybe you even try and get the Ocean Soul. I don't know how worth it is.
I think it's very worth it just to guarantee the win, because at this point, you have so much HP regen, and it can help. Lane wards will spot him, though, but at this point, it seems like a inevitability here for what will happen. Gets a nice E on the ruler. Actually pops the sleep on it. Okay. No follow-up there, as they are under a tier 3 tower. There are still towers there. A little bit of a
Yeah.
little bit of mischief there, kind of.
A little bit. It's a mind attack.
Oh,
is what
and-
it is. Oh wow. Yeah. See, you get in their heads. You think, oh, will we use the ult? We're just gonna go in, and it doesn't matter because Evan comes in, Stinky comes in, Went doing damage as well, and it should be the end here, I think.
Yeah, just fun element to the whole team, and Mock again with these multi-champion stuns, just enabling so much. And
Triple kill out of Went here in the end. Ace from Stinky to close it out. The turret destroyed. Oh, and Miller left the game, giving up so soon. But it will be a pretty convincing end of the game for SJSU. The rift is gone.
not exactly the most sportsmanlike conduct shown there, but
Yeah.
I mean, the result was still the same.
mean,
Go
yeah,
to the next game, I suppose, after that one.
It's hard to stay positive when you've been diffed that hard on the jungle. I mean, just insane stuff out of out of Evan here.
Yeah, experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties. It seems that the camera will be off, so you will just have to pretend that we are simply voices in your head.
Yeah, well, we can just stare at this victory screen a little bit while we conclude, and then we'll head to a break anyways. So, enjoy the how much is this finisher? Like $20?
Bro, 20.
I don't know. I have no clue how much it is.
20 times like
Oh, is it like
12, I think.
Oh,
Isn't it
gosh.
like 10 mythic essence? Or the finisher, like the Nexus finisher, like $250.
Well.
So that's like 200.
Well.
Give or take.
Okay, well, we're gonna wrap it up, and we'll head back in the second game. We'll look at the draft as well. So catch you there. And we are back for game 2 of this best of 5 series. Are we in?
Yep, we are back in now.
Yeah, we are on the draft. Well,
We took a lead, pretty convincing lead. That being said, we are now 1-0 in this series out of this best of 5. OSU now picking blue side after losing the last match.
yeah, we are waiting for this draft to start. It hasn't quite yet.
Now, in terms of what happened last game and expectations from drafts, I think we anticipated that SJSU would be a lot weaker, especially with the Ashe into the Jinx matchup. We felt that, there wouldn't be much prio in the bot lane, but the big difference maker really in the last game was Evan and Mach. And it really just all started with the early tempo they were able to generate off that first gank, and then it simply became a big snowball that just took over the entire game and enabled the rest of SJSU to scale, play ahead, and just continue to slowly choke OSU out of the map.
Yeah, it did feel very suffocating as that game progressed. We were saying it wasn't out of the question for OSU to make a comeback until a little bit later into that game when Evan really started popping off with those items and the gold, the difference that he had kind of built up there. So, we'll see how it plays out this time. What are you expecting out of this draft?
It's kind of hard to say because I feel like SJSU have a pretty deep champ pool. I still think the right strat is to, at the very least, make the bot lane matchup difficult for Mach and Stinky. Whether that means banning prio ADCs such as Varus, but maybe might need to put a little more focus on the jungle perhaps, because I felt like mid and top were just there. They're just doing their job. They're scaling. They're playing with the team, rotating accordingly, whenever their objectives right. But really, a lot of the tempo from the game blew up from the bot lane matchup as well as the jungle. So that might be neat. That should be something taken into consideration as we go into this draft. We'll have to see how it starts, as it hasn't started.
Yeah. We definitely saw a lot more like crazy jungler plays, crazy ganks out of Evan that game. We did see that one Pantheon ultimate in that did sort of bring the momentum back a little bit, but it just wasn't quite enough. You needed more of that. We are in, I believe.
Yeah,
maybe starting
bit of a feast of famine strategy, really, when you pick Pantheon. Single target stun, good single target damage, but does not really provide a lot of util and really anything else that you would want from a jungler in the late game. Clears aren't that fast either on Pantheon for objectives, except the early game, I suppose. But compared to Lilia, if you let Lilia out tempo you in the jungle, it is one of the most miserable things. They just outpace you in terms of clear, can just rotate across the map, especially with the passive, and you could really see that come into effect here. Now seeing standard bans once again. As your first ban
last time.
SJSU confident in the strategy, as they should be. Why wouldn't they be? They won the first match.
Yeah, Aurelion Sol banned out earlier this time. It was in the second waves of bans last game.
Yeah, so I'm more curious to see what OSU prioritize for their first pick here. Clearly they see something that they can take advantage of, whether it may be a more advantageous matchup or a high priority pick.
Yeah, and the Rumble banned out from OSU as well, so very, very similar bans so far. Maybe SJSU will pull out something crazy in this third slot, but I sort of doubt it at this point. Why wouldn't you be comfortable playing that mirror match again? Yep, Corki, Ezreal, and the Azir all banned out from SJSU. Just the change of that Aurelion Sol moving up a little bit earlier.
Yep, gonna force the Varus pick out. Ashe pick in response again. We seem to like Ashe a lot. Yeah. Very interesting. Not to doubt our players. It's just, a little bit of an unconventional pick, but it worked last time, so maybe feeling sound with the strategy. Now blinding Kevi for the Cassante again.
Yeah, basically the same thing. So we'll see, but I feel like it's kind of the expectation here. There's the Gwen. So, at least the bottom lane matchup will be different. Leona as well, instead of the Alistar that we saw last game. So it will be different in the bottom lane. We'll see how it plays out in these others.
It does. I feel like Leona and Alistar kind of function the same. They both are engaged supports, kind of can tank a little, have AoE stuns, have the potential to move around the map and try to make those plays. But the real question is, what will Mach pick here in response? Have to see. Running down the time here. Braum. yeah, just to protect the Ashe. Very strong with the slows, the stuns, and the ultimate as well. So
Yeah, I mean, we'll see it. Definitely Mock got a lot of value out of the Rel pick in that last game, so we'll see how that compares to this one here.
yeah, similar idea, different flavor of the month type thing.
Yeah.
Noticing in the bot lane here. But, I guess it's also to deter any, like, ranged carries from destroying Ashe immediately. I feel like Braum does at least provide a bit more of the protection, especially with the shield there, so.
Kassadin ban, that's a different one from SJSU, but again, the focus on the mid lane in these second waves. I mean, we did see that Aurelion Sol again moved up into the first wave. I keep talking about that, but I mean, overall, it looks pretty similar setup here from both teams. You're saying it's just a little bit different flavored.
Yep,
Yone
and
as
Yone,
well, yeah.
Typical Yone ban coming out. Honestly, if I was included, I'd probably just ban Yone every time. I would not lie to you, but we'll say that with the changes, at least with the E not being able to cleanse, that makes it a little bit more bearable. But yeah, now Lilia getting banned out was a huge problem for them last match, so nice to see that adaptation come through from OSU, and now they'll just bring out the Victor.
Yeah, that was the change from SJSU, not banning out the Victor, instead choosing the Kassadin, so that leaves it open for you to pick first in this second wave.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense though, because you look at Kassadin, Yone, Azir, those are all characters that can potentially solo kill Victor in those side lanes there, so sound of them to get rid of those potential threats there and just allow Victor to play Ivern. Wow. Okay.
I mean, it looks like it's gonna go through. Oh no, it won't.
Okay, that's an
Okay.
Ivern jump scare,
Yeah.
Ivern jump scare. I myself was a little bit of an Ivern enthusiast, but not exactly the strongest pick in this meta, especially when you want to be a bit more scrappy and go for those objectives. So now seeing Viego come in.
It is fun though, to watch Ivern jump around, but definitely not the best utility pick, especially when you are down a point in this series so far.
Yeah, I was gonna be a little concerned about the damage there in the front line there. So, our question is, the thing is, it is most likely once again Gwen in the top lane. So, what do you really pick mid here to enable the team and Tristana?
It's
So
not bad. I mean, Tristana does have a lot of damage capability here.
do we get the Ivern?
I think SJSU maybe. Oh, they were not kidding. Ivern locked in for SJSU, so we will get to see, some fun nature documentaries in the jungle this game. Interesting end to what we thought might have been a very similar draft.
Yeah, the thing is with SJSU's draft, I don't think really. I mean, you can snowball the Victor early on, and that could enable a lot of the map. Just on matchup might be difficult early on, but I feel like Went is capable enough of just at least going even, or if not, making sure that they do not lose any tempo or prio in the mid lane.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. I think it really banks on this mid jungle matchup though to really go well. I mean, once again, we don't set too much expectations for Bob, but I think that just means we have full confidence in what our team can do with it. And now we'll just have to wait and see as we go into the lobby. So we'll cut to intermission and see you later on the Rift.
Yeah. Welcome back onto the Rift. Yeah, weird. The camera maybe zoomed out or something, but we are here now. See what both of these teams have in store for this second game. The change up on the draft in the end. What are your thoughts about that one, Weebens?
Just like balling still feels the same. A little interesting, a bit of a different approach in the jungle and mid here. I've been playing more of that supportive role with the Ivern and mid and OSU opting for the Tristana on Fire. Really looking to play for that early tempo. I mean, it seems like that's the playstyle they really like to go with, but have to see if it pans out as well, because last game it feels like a similar strategy just did not work out for them.
Yeah. Looks like Mock and Stinky want to play this same bush here, try and get the element of surprise.
You always see him go for it. It's just, I mean, it is how you get ahead into some of these matchups, especially for the people that unfortunately choose the 5-point. I mean, that's just always like, it's an interesting discussion to have, but you know, have to see how it works out for now. As now walking to the bot lane, OSU Cyborg looking in the bush here.
Oh, Mock might be a little greedy here.
I mean, the autos are starting to come out. Cyborg, 2 hits on the stun there. Should come out
into the bush. I mean, it happened last game. You have to expect it a little bit. Still, I mean, damage traded out a tiny bit, so it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, Guardian Proc going to neutralize that. exactly that early trade, putting SJSU bot lane at an advantage there. And the pokes and
nice
slows,
hit.
this is the Ashe Braum combo that, you know, not very common, but when you see it, it's a lot of slow, it's a lot of stuns, and a lot of control. And this should be just guaranteed level 2 prio. Don't think there's going to be anything resulting from this at the moment, though. Look at the other lanes. Top lane's going as expected. So is mid lane actually taking a big chunk of trades.
Yeah.
When actually winning this out?
The trades are brutal, though. A lot less health on those players than anyone else at the moment. Heavy has gone down a little bit as well. A little bit down in the minion state as well. Gwen just tearing through these right now. Got the level 3. Pushing Kevy back off. No chance here to claim any of these minions right now. Now the tower stealing that one. In the top lane so far going the way of 2M2MC. We'll see how that plays out. It's still fairly even across the board right now.
And everyone just, both junglers cycling through the camps. Should be meeting in the top side soon. So let's see, there's a play in the river here. As of right now, ball lane pressure still being held. Wave will be pushing back under the tower here. And yeah, it's a lot calmer of an early game than we had last game. Mach walking up there. Actually, opting look for stun. W does not connect there, so no follow-up there.
Ooh, Kevy's going down pretty low. Again, bullied off of this level 4 right now. 7 CS down so early in this game. That's
but
a really
Evan
big
once
difference.
again has a window of timing, and there's no words behind them.
This could be it to set it up. Walking in slow motion up to the fight. Mach starting us out. Stinky able to get a little bit of damage off of that, but the timing just not quite right. Evan will set up some vision and back out. You do maybe get a little bit of priority in the
reset,
waves.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just get the bot crab, and both looks like everyone just taking their nice little resets and just coming back to lane. Now, though, SJSU technically going to be ahead 1 wave because they forced the early recall. Kevy,
Dangerous game here that Kevy's playing. Again, 2MNC 5 to Kevy's 4 levels at this point. And it will equalize there, but you still see, I mean, that gold difference once they do reset will be fairly significant.
I wonder if they're gonna look for the top gank here. Evan does have the bush control warded, but I think because he senses that Kevy's walking up, you know, been playing the lane pretty passive, you can tell that something's not right, and probably knows that it is time for the reset. Confirms it with a control ward there, and now we'll just clear it.
Yeah.
And actually, does not yet, but they are aware of it being there, so.
Drake has spawned. That will be... Oh, no. Okay, well, forget the name of the Drake. Here's the fight bot lane now. Well, it was going to be a fight, but Mach and Stinky able to push it back here. OSU Cyborg gonna be the one to recall. Interesting.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna see if they can maybe do something for the top here. You can already see the rotations coming out from Miller and
Will be spotted. I mean, so Kevy, I think, has all the time in the world to get to safety here. Just play a little bit more safe. 5 fire, tried to jump onto Went, but that's not going to go too well. The bird flies through, gets the vision, allows Mach to sort of work his way up here towards the mid lane.
Yeah, knows OSU Cyborg's already trying to rotate for this, so just trying to be ready just in case something starts.
Man. Evan, no, just missed that one there. So losing the element of surprise in that bush. He's still, I don't know if OSU knows about all the players here. Miller starting the Void Grubs already.
Thing is, though, Went doesn't have the Arcane Storm to really contest this, and I don't really know what you can do as Evan if you really are able to contest it or not. I think they're just going to have to see it and let it go. I think they know that it's too impossible to get into the pit, especially with no prio in the mid or top lane at the moment.
Yeah. So Void Grubs will be given up in favor of OSU. Opposite of what we saw last game. Could this be the start of something? Gold difference still just, you know, about 200. So nothing big yet Heavy has recovered the CS gap in the top lane as well. 5Fire jumping just a little premature, I think. Mock, yeah, the tower still. The pressure there against SJSU from doing anything else out of that, but it does look like 5Fire might need to be a little bit more particular with these dive-ins.
Yeah, I mean, with the rocket jump there, could have definitely been punished there, but none of the CC is really landing from either teams right now, so no plays or no kills are being distributed at the moment. It's kind of a handshake back and forth that we're seeing here, and maybe Evan gonna try to look for this crab here, but there are teammates in the area. Reset is coming through, so should not be under any immediate threats, but yeah, it's a pretty normal game now. You're seeing the Tristana and the Victor build up their items. Last chapter, Tristana already has the BF sword though, so building towards that static shiv, I think. And so we'll just be trying to use that to accelerate their Wayfarer and get a lot more early tempo on the map to really help with some of these objectives. I mean, the Void Grub's already handed over for free, but I think now eyes are on the Drake here as we see in the river. OSU Cyber walking up with 5150, but Mock
caught out by Mock there. Evan pulling into the arrow from Stinky. Stinky's gonna approach here
it's
now.
the chains too, so
get
that's
some additional damage. The first blood for Evan now.
yeah, a bit early on that timing there, and now this provides.
Yeah, I was gonna say even like a couple seconds ago, like it's 8 minutes in. Where's the kills? Like, was this SJSU playing?
I mean, I think they're just playing a more controlled style this time. They feel confident in their ability to really scale with these characters, even though we may have varying opinions on them. Went took a bit of a trade there in the mid lane, but bailed out now by Evan to at least get a reset timing. Now Daisy just exploring around, knocking people up, just providing vision there on those objectives. And
agree. You definitely don't want to be the one to overstep. But I think Evan just playing it fairly safe, sending some skill shots in just to try and, you know, chip a little bit, show that you're still there to put on pressure. You know, you don't want OSU to feel too confident at this point.
Another point of interest to point out is that 5150 did go for the Poke Barris build, so not going for on hit there. Very good into Ash in some of these solo situations where you can see already getting chunked out from lane, forced to take that recall there, and well, Mock. No, trying to take our timing in this bush, trying to dodge out the E, but
dodge, yeah.
It should just be a death here. As the shield here just tries to stall out. Needlework comes in on Heavy, but yeah.
Yeah, Mock just barely doesn't make it out. 5150 finds the arrows to land.
I wonder if that's a reference to a song. It's by like this Japanese, from this Japanese band called the Oral Cigarettes, but you know, I'm not going to say too much. That's just Weebins being weeb, so don't mind me. Back to the game anyways. Yeah, now on the rotations, they're forcing Went to TP top now to try to catch the wave, but this is a plate being down, and now finding more success against Kevy than last time.
That was a nice quick clear from Went there, but yeah, did lose out on the plate. Another plate lost in the bot lane. SJSU have yet to claim any of their own in these lanes.
Yeah, you can already start to see some of the struggles for the solo laners to find tempo, and now 5Fire trying to agree for the play here, gets stunned, forces the ult out, but Daisy's here to catch end of the melee attacks. It provides a stun and set up for the Arcane Storm to get 5Fire, and this should be a free Drake. Yeah,
it should be Stinky gonna be the one to start it. Evan heading over now through the wall, and yeah, not going to be much out of OSU to contest, but that's okay for Miller because you've got the rest of these Void Grubs all to yourself.
Yeah, the thing is now we're seeing set up for this top dive potentially, or no, just a lane swap just to guarantee the Void Grubs by the looks of it. I'd be very surprised if they attempt to dive on Kev Yi, but you know, we'll see what happens. Objectives traded across the board, and now turret plates being distributed towards the bot lane there. We saw this from OSU. They were ahead in the turret plates too earlier last game. Still hoping that they can still maintain this lead as the game progresses, but it's just time.
Yeah, time will tell. Well, they're gonna clean up that top crab, and then maybe you start to look at this top lane. Heavy's staying a little bit longer than maybe needs to because the switch has taken place on the bot lane. Good chunk of damage done as well. 2MMC.
Oh, the needlework, but at least gets the flash over the wall, but that's a stun force, and that's the thing. It does seem like at the moment, no, it's only Kevy that can really barely hold out against the Gwyn, but against the bot lane, because there's no armor on him, he's taking a lot more damage from those arrows, especially from that poke there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, need to kind of fix the lanes as soon as they can, or maybe they may look for a dive here.
Flash got taken out of Stinky there as well. We saw pings for that. The Ghost Blade purchased for Varus as well. A little bit of an item spike will have an advantage over Ashe at the moment.
I mean, the thing is, too, it's not even just the item itself. Well, it is the item, but the passive itself, also granting out of combat movement speed, will allow Varus to at least rotate around the map, move around faster, a lot better than Ashe can at the moment, as they're still struggling to get their first item on the board. I mean, Unitals is so expensive, too. It really is a scaling item.
There it is. Unitals.
Oh. Well, yeah.
Did get purchased from Ashe there, from Stinky. See how much of a difference that can make, though. 5 fire, managing to get that mid tower down to about half.
Oh, arrow.
Dodging the arrow.
If it landed, it could have been something, but...
Yeah, I think maybe just had enough time to react to that there, where it wasn't a factor probably in their mind.
And the Void Grub's now starting to really show their worth here, as these plates are going in favor of OSU, now generating a decent gold lead in some of these areas.
Yeah, I mean,
the Solar Flare comes out, but it's just on the block here. It's kind of tanking so far, but the poke can only do so much. Exhaust is coming out, and now Evan is ready to follow up. And OSU Cyborg just left to dry again.
Yeah, it might be too slow to get 5-1-5-0, but the feat of warfare will be claimed for SJSU. A nice gank there to secure the kill. Could have gone a lot worse. Now Stinky looking to actually close this one out in the bot lane. Gets that kill on the 5-1-5-0.
Oh, and needs some help though. TP coming in. Arcane Storm comes out from Kevy, but this is an 8-second TP, and this is taking too long. Reset already granted, and now just gonna have to run away from that as...
Miller, yeah, I guess not low enough to really want to commit to that. Heavy, still, you know, aware of the possibility, getting some more vision in the jungle to try and spot out if you can get a jump onto this Viego, but not going to happen. In the first turret will come out of the top lane. SJSU losing theirs. 2MC.
Yeah.
Pushing a little bit further now. Gonna get the recall as well.
That's the result of having Void Grubs in the tempo there and forcing Kevy to really cover that mid lane there, and gives that window of opportunity for them to take advantage of the split pushing power that the team is capable of. Seeing it really work out a lot more this game so far, but Subject is being traded, and still gold lead, not anything too crazy, 1k within each other, but now starting to see some of the items ramp up, especially on the Viego there. And now starting some invade of the Ivern jungle.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see Rift Herald in about a minute. Another Drake spawning at the same time too, so it might come down to these objectives here. SJSU have that first Drake, but again, I mean, those Void Grubs have done so much work on these towers that OSU has a lot more maneuverability around these objective fights. They kind of can dictate a lot here, because you really have to respect their ability to just delete these towers. Not if they fall first though. 5 fire, caught, trapped, stunned, and Stinky is on a killing spree.
Nice one to find before the dragon there, but the TP is still available in case they really feel like contesting it. But I think OSU just want to keep the pressure up in the mid lane and just take control of the river there. Bot river control though is going to be hard to keep without someone in there pushing the lane in, and Stinky just going to ensure that, and it looks like they might just give the Drake here as things are coming out towards the Rift Herald pit.
Yeah, I mean, still, I don't know how much you really do care if you can secure this Rift Herald cleanly, and you're able to push in these towers a little bit more as well. I think you'd be still in a very good position here. SJSU do have that kill lead, but they're still down a little bit in gold. They've been very even this whole game so far.
I think the thing is, though, this secures Feat of Warfare for OSU because they already took the first tower, and...
Feat of Warfare was claimed already.
Oh, wait, Feat of Warfare. Yep. I meant the first tower and the objective. Forget. Feat of Strength? No, it's not.
I don't know.
Because I thought they took both sets of Void Grubs, so I thought it would come around, but I guess not. I guess I miscalculated something.
I might have been mistaken as well. It was one of them popped up on the screen. I can't.
No, it was Fetal War. No, SJSU. I thought SJSU got Fetal Warfare.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and OSU got the first tower, so I thought they took 2 sets. And you know what? The math is not mathing right now to me. My bad for not being able to do basic addition at the moment, but still.
I think we're all lost on these. Some of these mechanics are pretty confusing, but I mean, we do see the Otacon pit in the bottom lane. Might see Voracious this game. It's been pretty quiet.
No, yeah. See, look, if you look at the bottom left screen, that is a tier 2 boot for OSU.
Okay.
It just did not show up on the main screen for some reason. On the client, that is a. Yeah, so that happens. It just happens.
Yeah, it just does happen sometimes. You kind of have to live with it. There's a rose there, but Mach not gonna go get that one, I guess.
No flower picking for the tree there. But for the
good wordplay. I want to take a second to congratulate Weavers. That was a good one.
Yeah. Anyways, trying to stay on top of the game as usual, but not much to really say. This bot tower is also guaranteed to go down at this rate. Wolfare tries to go in, but Gravity Field will just provide zoning tools. Mach gets to slow on the OSU Cyborg, who actually chooses to re-engage. TPs are coming back in, but
here it's possible. The TPs are coming through now. The Gwen, very scary to work against. Kevy's also here now. The sandwich, can he make it happen? Unstoppable, popping the ult, shut down onto Miller. Looking for more, push them back into the tower. You don't have the wave here quite yet, so it's hard to dive, but maybe you still go for it.
I mean, had to send all 5 members to commit that play, and now has the TP back from when to cover the mid lane there. So nice timing to take from SJSU there to really reinforce that play. Could have gone pretty bad, but are able to cover Evan nicely there, and now we'll look to go for this bot tower.
Fire canceled as well. I was gonna say, now it's real risky here. Can Mach find the stun? There we go. The slow should be enough for Kevy to find the kill. There we go. 2MC.
Oh, but 5150 is there. Has to look for the arrows. Goes for the flash forward.
Stinky's so low. Stinky's gonna fall, but Kevy still is alive. This Gwen is fairly healthy though, so it's not a fight that you want to take.
I mean, 2 for 2, yeah, 2 for 2 is kind of a consolation prize there, but still SJSU happy to take that trade on top of it because they were able to get the tower. Does minimize the gold lead a little more, but I'd say that pans out better for them. That plays out better for them. Yeah. Look at some of the gold differences there, starting to stabilize a little bit.
Serenity Force for Viego, Nashor's Tooth for Gwen as well. So some of these items coming in at this point, second items right now. We'll see what kind of difference that makes, because SJSU do have the kills right now. It just feels like they haven't been able to capitalize on anything else, especially these towers and those objectives.
I mean, we see the team fights turning out favorably for them in some of these scenarios, but I think we're really gonna have to wait for the mid game when the dragon stacking starts, and maybe if they can do something about this Otacon.
It's kind of, it's messing with me that there's roses right there and they're not getting them. But yeah, we'll see how the Otacon plays out. I think both teams probably do want to go for it. Try to find something to shift the tides.
Eyes on 2MC, but nothing really to follow that up there.
OSU definitely have a lot of firepower potential at this point, so they could shred this down pretty fast. They could try and steal it as well, though. I mean,
not seeing too many item pickups that are really on the game to beat. To blow up. Everyone's pretty much at 2 items at this rate. Mach flash forwards. Go for the ult. Lands a stun on the 2. Cleanse comes out immediately. OSU Cyborg just forced to really ult and hold the line there. Seems to find them
self-sacrifice, but
yeah, seems to find themselves in that position a lot. But at the very least, now just continuing the splitting across the map. Still going in favor of OSU though.
Yeah. I wonder how much those Void Grubs will still continue to be a pain for SJSU to work against. Now, Drake and Otacon in the same place. Players gathering at this point. Tristana is going to be on a recall. Kevy's sort of in the top lane, stuck there a little bit.
Yeah, it's very tricky right now because Went does not have the TP to immediately move across the lanes. Now seeing, I believe, Fire? Yep, Fire TPing behind the back lines there. Now
Here we
forces
go,
Kevy to come out in
Kevy.
response. Goes in.
Everyone's grouped up here, and it looks like Miller will be the first to fall. That makes taking any of these objectives a whole lot harder. Maybe OSU want to back up now.
I mean, yeah,
2MC
it's
is
hard.
still here, walking around Otacon, risking it all, I guess.
I mean, ults are already blown, and it didn't even feel like the bot lane there were able to even get in. It just seems like Fire tried to force it a little, but unfortunately was not able to get any follow-up from the rest of the team there. So just a pretty clean objective take from SJSU now. Get back into the game.
There's the rose, finally.
Finally.
Picked up. it was really bothering me. If you couldn't tell already.
Nothing else matters in this world to you.
It doesn't. You got to get rid of the clutter on the map. You know, if it doesn't bring you joy, you have to get rid of it. Is the rule that I know. Heavy hidden here. No, not for long. Going to pop out to take care of the wave. 5 fire. Maybe you look for a bit of a recall here. Not sure how much gold you have going for you to try and build up another item, but
I'd actually try to challenge this, but nope.
I mean, you have the safety of this basically full health tower at that point. Just the bot one taken out by SJSU to the 3 from OSU. And I mean, 3 with a caveat because
in the top lane
a
now,
lot of those are really low.
seeing some fights going through. Fire taking a bit of chunk of damage there, but
I mean, yeah, the
2MC is
backup
here.
is going to be way too strong. I think Kevy's gone before Evan can even try something. So we'll not overcommit there, but it does come at the cost of one of your players. You don't really want to be giving up kills. You're still sort of in a gold deficit. It's expanding a little bit now. 1.3 thousand, 1,000-ish.
I mean, the big thing is you don't want to give 2MC space because they can definitely run over the game with the items that they have and the split pushing potential they have. You give Gwen space, that you're either seeing someone get cut up or you're seeing a tower get cut up here. So that's not what you like. And now this actually provides tempo for a possible Otacon take.
It does. Yeah, I mean,
Gonna have to see how the front to back plays out. Mock going in first, walking in, will zone him out.
Oh, Evan is here, yeah.
Yeah, but everyone else from the rest of the team is here. 2MC just TP'd into the bot lane now to try to push it in. And Fire in a bush in the middle of the river again. We saw them in this position before.
Out now, but Evan taking the brunt of the damage. Here's Went now. The stun from the arrow is good, but not good enough for a kill quite yet. Cyborg, the first to fall. Mock looking, trying to jump onto 2MC here, and they will find the kill. All 5 players onto 1. It's not a hard equation to figure out. And now 3 onto this Otacon should be able to close it fairly efficiently. I think you won't see any contest at this point.
Yeah, the execution was really messy there. You saw Fire. I mean, oh, they're out of position. They tried to use the Buster Shot to angle the carry back towards the Solar Flare there, but that was a bit hard to coordinate, and OSU Cyborg not able to find value out of that, and then the team fight is just unable to continue. It's actually not Ruinous, it's Voracious, and now GAs are on top of everyone, so that means we're about to see the tempo push up even more at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gotten a little bit more bloody right now, but towards that earlier half when it would have counted, it was pretty passive. So yeah, the first time I think I've seen Voracious Otacon in an SJSU game.
Yeah, maybe in a while. I feel like a lot of the games just, is it 20 or 25? I'm not even sure what the kill threshold is because those numbers have been adjusted so much at this point, but it's definitely, we know that it is probably correct for the GA to spawn here, so a bit scary here on the map here, especially with the threat of Baron being up. As now just everyone's starting to gather towards the top side of the map.
Let's see, Mock might have been caught out here. The stuns the roots. Arrow to bail him out. I didn't even connect. No, it won't be enough. Oh, the withdraw.
Yeah, at least providing some gold and getting rid of that first life there, but
I mean, yeah, that's not ideal, however, at all.
yeah, basically given for free there, but
You maybe give up Baron here because it's going to be the Q for OSU to start it. And SJSU is a decent ways back at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to contest. Oh,
Ooh,
TP for
that's an aggressive teleport.
I mean, this is Kev E, and the rest of the team is already here. And I was zoning him off of it.
Wow. I mean, completely scared of this potential for Kevy to dominate right now. Stuck, waiting to pop the ult. Should come soon.
I mean, it's so easy to take this fight when you have the threat of GA around, and now you can see the rest of OSU not really wanting to take that fight. Get punished, and now we'll give up Baron and Ocean Soul.
Oh man, yeah, completely flipped around. I said that OSU probably had it. They probably did not. SJSU are going to take this Baron, surely, and they're gonna try for Ocean Soul as well. Try and close out this game in basically the same fashion as they did last. I mean, yeah, pretty much, right?
Yeah, Miller
Ocean
at this
Soul,
point just trying
Baron.
to see if they can do anything. Goes for the stun there, but I don't know if they got some time for this.
Yeah, stunned up in return, and Kevy should
There's the Heartbreaker
do-
out went, just Arcane Blast to the back line, shows him his glorious evolution as he just zones the ball lane completely off the objective, and now forces OSU once again to just retreat from the objective and give it.
Yeah, so much dominance shown here now. I mean, it didn't even look like SJSU had it like that until just a little bit ago. It was so even, and now it's just not. SJSU claiming so many single kills just by grouping together. I mean, Went might get caught out here, but you can't
Field gets the
complain.
stun on the both, but Gwen gets out of that fast enough and just cuts him to shreds there. Will be a bit of a sacrifice there, but at least provides a space for the bottom tower to be pushed now as everyone's starting to move towards it. Thinking twice about overstaying for this, but there's no wave there, and there's not too much else to do there unless anyone walks up. Dodges the Solar Flare very nicely. Miller behind it, but not able to follow up there. Cyborg goes down first, but now Stinky in the backline takes a lot of damage due to Gwen, and this could actually be a really bad fight. 5150 barely makes it out alive, and now SJSU are forced to retreat there.
Yeah, I think if 5150 does go down, it ends a little bit differently, but that you know, not a favorable trade necessarily,
Yeah, it makes it slightly less worth it, and
especially because you lose 2 players with the Baron buff here.
yeah, that's a -5 on the Victor Dark Seal stacks there. You know, I was gonna ask to see if we're getting the books out. You already see it coming out on Ivern, but might be thinking twice about it on the Victor now as they're just gunning towards the death cap there. Just making sure they just absolutely one-shot at all of these squishies here.
Yeah, and we've kind of returned to a passive state here. I mean, potential for a jump on the Kevy with these 3 players, but other than that, you kind of have to go back to the lanes, and that's where SJSU finally have a potential for an advantage. Not quite yet because they don't have the towers taken, but they do have the buff. They do have, I mean, all the tools that they need to sort of flip the map state around. So they have done so in the kill feed.
Yeah, it's just the game of patience at this point, as, you know.
I think Mok just barely spotted Cyborg before the recall procced. I mean,
Yeah, now looking at some of these items are really coming into the late game. Third item's not being finished. Ivern now with the Dawn Core and a lot of that AP. Very scary in terms of the heals and sustain. And with the Ocean Soul, it's going to make it very hard to take a direct team fight if I'm being honest. So, gonna have to see how this gets played around here as...
we were talking about how Mok on this Braum might be similar to the play on the Rel. 16 out of 17 kills, kill participation. 1 death for Mok. So much utility, so effective on the support champions that allow stuns, that allow you to set up your team a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh. Over into the bushes. Calls for a jump in. Nice ult to counter the initiate and the redemption coming through. The sustain is too much, and now...
Yeah, SJSU shredding through the health bars of these players. That one's not going to connect, but Mok is plenty happy to take another kill on the OSU Cyborg. Teleport into the bottom lane as well to deny anything there.
A little scary when Went does it because they can still get one shot by Gwen, but...
Yeah.
I guess that's fine for now because I guess they want Kevy to start taking down the top side and just creating good pressure across the lanes to be able to pull the front to back.
Teleport also.
Yeah, that too.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, because
So-
they use it on the Baron play there to flip it. So still on cooldown for now. Finding
Oh,
Miller.
man,
here.
Miller's caught again here unless you can get through
Back
this.
against
I
the
don't
wall
think
here,
so.
and that is
Yeah.
just another
Caught
one.
in a corner.
Yeah, but as I mentioned earlier, kind of dangerous for when to go there. Almost had
Ooh.
it, but 2MC just has a little too much damage there.
Yeah. Did go very low, though. Gonna force out the recall. And SJSU are bringing it down top lane. Teleport coming in as well. We might see a big skirmish here, starting with Mach, who's gonna fall fast. That has been SJSU's big initiator in these fights. One to start it off, and now that's off the table, so you've got to run back.
Yeah.
But you don't have this tier 1 safety. 2M2MC here now on the Gwen, looking to get these quick kills, and will find the first onto Evan. Can you find another onto Stinky? Yes, you can. Level 18 on the Gwen right now, just doing so much damage.
Yeah, cuts him down to size, and the thing is, this does provide enough time for OSU to actually play around the Baron here. Luckily, SJSU will be up by the time that comes around, but there are no TPs available for the solo laners. Kevy, you're going to attempt to try to get the bottom tower here, but I think the rest of the team is ready to cover it. The other thing, too, is now Elder will be spawning, so it's going to be very interesting for these next 5 minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes, to see how the teams will play around this. It's really starting to get down to the wire here, though.
Yeah, it is a much longer game than we've seen before. It still could go either way, depending on these next few big objective fights. OSU gonna start the Baron. They did so last time, but now I think you've got a little bit more of an advantage. It looks like SJSU want to go for the Elder Guardian instead. That's Baron done. You're gonna recall now, try and set up to play against the Elder Guardian take here. Still 8 seconds left to spawn now, so you've got a little bit of time to make it over. Distractions in the mid lane. Arrow not connecting. Nothing to find there. You really do want to find a kill. Wow, that's a brave entry from Cyborg to go in, falling fast as well. 2M2MC really have to respect the damage on that. Mach, very risky plays here. Might get caught out in between the wall. 2MC going over though, running into 4 players, shut down.
Yeah,
What happened?
they were just simply not allowed to go to the backline. Mach basically tanked most of the needlework there, zoning basically the main source of damage in these team fights from getting in, and Miller tried to clean up, went, but unfortunately with the Braum and the Iron shielding, it was just too much of a task to deal with the heals, especially with no anti-heal coming out. I mean, there's a little bit on them.
Wildfire is playing very aggressively right now. I mean, you don't have the vision on these players in the jungle, but it still could go very wrong here. Mach wants to make that happen, just missing the stun up. Arrow goes through, doesn't hit anyone though.
Dodges the solar flare, but now
Oh,
Kevy
man,
actually
Kevy.
taking some chunks of damage, will actually go down
Yeah.
here, but this is just time to zone the dragon here.
Oh, it almost looked like 5150 could have stolen that, but not able to. Elder Drake will go towards SJSU. You still have 2 players with the Baron buff on them though.
I mean, we've seen Guma do it.
Respect it a little.
We've seen Guma Yushi stealing a few objectives here with that arrow, but unfortunately with the smite being up, it is a bit too hard to really contest that. But the thing is, they still have Baron buffs, so at the very least they'll be able to buy time for maybe 1 or 2 ways against this Elder push. Now honestly, it looks like a 5-man rush down mid. Lane ward is there though, so we'll spot anything that is happening, and actually seeing some movement towards the top side of the map here. Unfortunate that Kevy doesn't get the Elder buff, because that would have been nice to have against the Gwen there. And I think that's really the big question here. Are they going to just prioritize pushing this top lane in right now before Gwen gets to split on the bottom lane, or are they just going to ignore it and try to maybe re-TP and shut it down? Because that is still a problem on the side lanes right now.
Yeah. Diego will get out of there just in time to avoid these players. And you have the Tristana coming up. You've got 2 more players following suit. Fire goes down real low. Can't be too careful against the Elder Guardian elimination there. Really play your cards right. 2M, 2M, and C. Oh no, we've frozen. It is on the client end. We did see this bug before. Hopefully it's not the same one because it did kind of lock us out of the game. I really do hope. Oh, are we back?
And
No,
with
maybe
the
we reround. No.
And with the power of producer editing, not really, but Kevy
we're
gets
good. Okay, okay.
Kevy gets cut down. Unfortunately, top tower was taken out there, but now seeing the TPs being sent to the mid lane. They're just trying to stall SJSU, and they're actually looking to end. Luckily, Went has the recall here, so we'll be able to at least cut the wave.
Evan's health was just deleted in a second. That's crazy. From 5150 to MC. Oh man, playing around this from Went. The stun is good.
Just a little more.
So there we go. The Elder Drake, good enough. Went makes it out alive against those 2 players, defends the inhibitor, and now SJSU will start their push here. 3 players down, big death timers on them as well. Are you able to close it out here? Kevy is out of the play, out of the question right now. You have 4 against 2. I mean, I think they can.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, the towers are gone. Look at that first one. Blink of an eye. It's just Cyborg here now, rooted up, pulled away. Kevy comes in to clean it up as well, and that's the tower. That's going to be the Nexus ace with the final kill from Evan. Excuse me. Victory for SJSU, up 2-0 now in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, game was a bit more even at the start than last game, but when scaling into the late game, it did seem like OSU really had to try to make some moves happen, and were unfortunately unable to. Great hold from Went there, honestly, on that double push down mid. It could, if he died there, that probably was game over there, but he was just too strong at that point because he scaled so hard there.
Yeah. Well, good game on that one. We're going to take another quick break before we go to another draft. We'll see how this 3rd game pans out. Can SJSU close it in 3, or will OSU push it for another? We'll see that very soon. All right, we are back. Hit the recharge on an energy drink, and we're back into the draft. Real fast picks already. I mean, same things as usual. Ash now taken out, too scared of the ability of Stinky on that champ we saw. Even though maybe not even the best possible pick, just looked so comfortable. Those arrows did set up a lot of kills for sure.
I mean, sure that there might be a pick that Stinky is very good on and maybe thinking that there's a threat, but that's the thing. It feels like the draft is panning out the same way. You know, you ban out the typical ADCs, then you get that first pick Varus, you get that stronger early game, but really a lot of where the game fell off, if you look at the overview from last game actually, was around the 25-minute marker on some of those bigger objectives like Soul and Otacon. And the thing is that OSU basically won the early game in terms of plates and getting ahead in gold because of their way they stacked around Void Grubs and the Rift Herald there. And oh,
I mean, that's different. We did say something about Maokai during the break. I can't quite remember.
just playing like maybe a more front to back comp here, but interesting choice on the Jace here. I mean, that was a blind Jace into the Cassante, so can't really read too much into that there.
Yeah.
So it's just, you know, thinking what they will pick into this. And yeah, the thing is, Acel will be finally allowed through because Stinky's ADC was banned. Now, Jin, love the character. Is not been the best as far as we can tell, but, you know, we don't doubt our bot lane. We let them cook.
Yeah. No, we do have to let them cook. We doubted the Ashe a little bit before, and clearly it was good enough to win 2 out of the 3 matches needed in this best of 5.
Yep, now banning out the rail, really trying to cripple the bot lane bans here, not seeing the mid lane as too much of an issue here. And now SJSU going to see what they do for the second round of bans here. Thing is, they will be blinding either their jungler or support. I mean, it probably will just be the jungler pick into here and giving the last prio pick to support here with the counter pick there. And the interesting thing is with Jace, have been seeing a little bit more of a tankier bruiser build within recent patches, but not sure how that performs in the Cassante. Going to be probably a very skirmish heavy top lane and LeBlanc.
Yeah, another mid lane block from SJSU. OSU taking one of their champs that they played last game out of the pool as well. That'll be interesting. SJSU have a jungle and a support to pick here.
Can pick the Braum, though. It is still open here.
Definitely.
But the rest of the engaged supports have seemed to be blocked out here. We'll see if maybe an Enchanter comes out finally. That hasn't been really used a lot this series. And oh, that's a jungle volley bear by the looks of it. So as I suspected, it will be last pick support here for the counter here. Giving some extra time to think about it. Really being a bit thorough in this drafting. The thing is, you know, you look at the mid lane bans, it really banned a lot of those gap closers that can destroy Acel so much. And oh my goodness. we've seen it once and we've seen it again. It cannot seem to escape SJSU Esports, the Master Yi matchup.
I'm gonna hold my tongue a little. That's okay. We'll see what SJSU is gonna do for their support pick. Ari going into the mid lane.
I mean, the thing is though, with the that has to be Maokai support. Now, not jungle and Nautilus.
Yeah.
Yep, Jhin Nautilus combo, classic root combo in your normal lobbies. Gonna have to see how that works out though in terms of the damage though. But Maokai Varus also can do the same thing, can toss some roots or at least guarantee some of the damage there.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Maokai does allow access towards the backline, but it does feel like that's really the only guaranteed team fighting tool they have when you compare it to looking at SJSU's comps. SJSU like to play a bit more of the team fight style heavy comps where they can make some outplays in the mid game, even if they have to sack objectives early. And that has just been the looming question for OSU because, you know, they definitely can at least be aggressive within the first 20 minutes, but when it comes to the mid-game macro and really the way they team fight and play together, that is where things have started to fall apart. And we'll have to see if that changes within this third and potentially final game of the series.
Yeah, it is match point, and we will head into that soon. SJSU 1 to close it out, OSU 1 to start the comeback. We'll be there for that after we wait for the spectator delay. So we'll see you on the other side. We are back and we are on to the Rift. We had a little bit more time to sit with that Master Yi pick. Did look into it a little bit. It is a bit of a comfort pick for Miller. So, you know, potentially not a real throw. Maybe it's just, you know, you want something that you really feel good on in this
flash into
game.
the...
Wow, early aggression there as well. Gonna recall for Evan. I don't think the timing on that will matter too much.
The dangerous thing is that was 2 flashes for it and only for 1, so that is value. I mean, doesn't matter for the Maokai as much, but still unfortunate to find the kill there, because that is a 5 fire flash there, so that could really lead to an early gank opportunity if there's a chance. Though Evan doesn't have the flash though, so it's not as bad, but just something to note as we get into the first minute of this game.
Yeah. And well, we'll see. I mean, very standard jungle play in the beginning here.
Invade towards the red buff, actually taking a timing here, knows that.
Whoa.
Wow, gets on the Raptors camp. That is not good.
Yeah, especially if Miller doesn't read into this at all. There's no vision here, so as long as Evan doesn't get spotted in one of these lanes, you might be completely unaware going into this.
I mean, the thing is, there are 2 wards in the top side though, but that still creates questions in the bot side of the map right here. And 3 timing. Dredgeline goes on to Cyborg there, who follows up with the twisted advance, but the root there, but nothing comes through. Just same thing as earlier. A little trade going here back and forth. A little bit of the handshake we see in the bot lane early on, and
Evan is way ahead on this clear as well. I mean, potential to even gank bot here.
Oh, and they're in for a nasty surprise here. I think he looks like he's pathing towards the bot side, and when he sees that nothing is there, gonna be a bit disappointed there. And the thing is, because they're shoved under tower, there will be no play had here, but now detected.
Yeah.
Now realizing the play.
The pings come out, and Evan looks like he's just gotten away with it. Now you have to defend against the potential invade as well, but he, I mean, seems aware of that as well. So we will see a little bit of a battle in this top red jungle here.
Yeah, mad dash
will
towards.
They see each other? Oh, Miller hiding in the bush, channeling, getting ready. Evan reads the play, but still gets taken down pretty low. Counters back. The red buff doing damage as well. And a lot of players come over, including red side ones. The first blood for Mock, who's looking to get more 5 fire pretty low here as well. I mean, you have to just say that jungle.
Oh, the dredge line. Force the flash out.
Oh, the charm! Oh, the charm! The charm sent it back in the favor of OSU, and Mock's gonna fall as well. It's a double kill for 5 fire, looking for a triple. Evan should be able to get away from this here. The charm again, but the damage on that volley bear too strong. The health too big still. SJSU, I mean, you had a very, very good
And now the
lead.
invade again coming in from Miller.
Yeah, Evan's so low here. We'll be able to recharge a little on these Raptors, but maybe forced off. Mock joining could potentially... I mean, Miller's wasting a lot of time to get any camps of his own here. So a bit unfortunate in that
Cyborg,
aspect.
though, now in the area here.
Yeah, 3v2. Maybe you have 5 fire joining a little bit later. Kevy potentially coming from the top here. Now the root onto went charmed away. Burned down. The feet of warfare claimed already. 430 in. Definitely not like last game. And it seems like OSU have a bit of an advantage here. It still could get flipped. Kevy now on the 2MC. Health trades going the favor of Kevy so far. Tried to drag into the tower, but there, the bullet does connect. Kevy just barely gets away, but so is this Jace. You're so low, you have to respect each other, the potential, and they're gonna keep fighting maybe even. They're very close. Risking a lot here. It could really determine the flow of this game going forward. 2M, 2MC. Not finding anything off that, but Kevy is a level up right now. You do have the flash, you have the teleport available, so you're in a bit of a better spot.
And honestly, the whole exchange was a bit rough, and actually OSU were able to get on top of that with a double kill. And the thing is, the Ari was able to reset, get that lost chapter, and I think that made all the difference in that second engage in the jungle once again.
Yeah, and we were saying, I mean, how Evan had that advantage, but just, ooh, nice hook from Mock. Cyborg going in themselves. Mock taken real low here now. The burn ticking away as 5150 lands the damage necessary, pushing off Stinky from claiming anything in return. Void Grubs spawning now. Master Yi gonna head up to that, it looks like. And I mean, OSU now, they really look like they have it right now. They really look like they could do it, could make the comeback. Master Yi gonna start those Void Grubs. Miller 68 showing that this champion isn't a troll pick at all. Stinky, wow, really low here in the bot lane. Waiting for assistance from Mock to do anything. Gonna recall now.
It's a tough matchup because Mock has just had to go all over the map and chase this Highlander Yi around. And the thing is, in the 1v1 matchup, 5150 has a lot more opportunities to poke out Jhin.
Yeah. Ooh, nice charm. Fire has the ult available as well.
I mean, that's just half of Evan's HP, and he's just gonna have to sit there and take it. At least got all the camps though before attempting to go for that, but now this is early objective starting to fall down too.
Yeah, Fire also has that ult advantage onto Went. 7 to Went's 5 here in the mid lane. That's pretty big. You're gonna get some good damage on the tower there. Not gonna be too scared about it. Cyborg at level 4 here. Mock as well. Spotted by the control ward. Gonna break that down now.
I mean, the question is if Dragon's going to be given up. I think the item difference is too big early on, especially with the lead and the tempo. The bot lane can clear out so much faster too, so it makes it really hard to play into this. Acel is just a bit weak at this stage of the game too, especially with those 2 deaths there. Not doing any favors. You can already see the crunch coming in from mid lane there, but Evan lucky to walk into the bush ahead of time, but I don't think there's any follow-up in terms of making a play here.
Especially with Cyborg here. I don't know if you'll see that coming through, but there is a little sapling there.
Yep.
Give them some more vision, a little bit more control of this bot side river, and they will try for this Drake. Should be fairly uncontested. Miller's gonna take this down pretty low. Should just be able to get the smite off real quick. Evan comes in, but it's a little too late. Blue team takes the Cloud Drake.
Wow, gets the flash and the thunder, the ult out of Volibear. They just do not want to be involved in anything right now.
Yeah. Wow. I guess didn't use the flash. But
Mock did, I think.
Oh, Mock did?
Or no. Did someone use the flash? It looked like someone flashed that. I guess that was a visual bug.
Yeah. But I mean, still, forcing an ult is massive. Plus this as well. Fire going in just barely outside the tower's range, doing so much damage to Went here. So threatening already on that Ari.
I think Went has I think that's unsealed. Is that, no, that's the ultimate. I thought that was the runes. I gotta check the rune setup some other time. It's Arcane Comet. I was blind. I got confused by the ult icon. That's my bad. But yeah, no, this early game once again actually more in favor of OSU right now as it stands.
Yeah, it's something that we really haven't seen too much before. I mean, it was a little bit favored for them last game, but it was very close. And so SJSU was able to flip that. But right now, if they can keep this up, if they don't give up too many, single kills, too many crucial team fights, they should have this in the bag. Tried to steal that rose there, but Stinky not able to in the end. Cyborg looking to maybe recall here.
And the thing is, this should just be another feat of warfare handed over with the spawning of these grubs here. There's really no way for SJSU to contest this at this point of the game. So it's just going to be a bit of the farm simulator. Hope to scale maybe somewhere in the mid game and find an opportunity once some of these items start coming up.
Yeah. What grubs? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, burped a little there. But Malignant's already finished on Ari within 10 minutes. That is... You are not going to be able to fight against that. And everything's just landing.
Went on the counterattack, but Cyborg here to bully him back. Very, very, very close. But, you know, the tower still being there will do the trick.
Stun, goes for the
nice.
all out.
Kevy brings him into the tower. All out now. Can you close it? Just missing there, but the connection, the flash out just in time. Beautiful play there. Cyborg coming in now,
Flash is
but
back.
it might have given the opening for Kevy. So low, and the burn ticks him down. Void Grubs now spawned with a completely open top lane.
Thing is, oh wow, actually go ahead of the tower now, looking to dive 550 before, but Root comes out, curtain call comes through.
Well, the curtain call will make it a bit better, but Evan goes so close to dying there. Oh man, that would have been disastrous. You're still losing out on all these Void Grubs though, so it's really not great in terms of the position that SJSU has been put in here. I mean, is this the start of a comeback? We'll wait to see on that, but I mean, it does look like OSU are back. They are ready to try slaying the Void Grubs. Miller has slain the Void Grubs now, and that's the start of it for sure. We saw how impactful those 6 Void Grubs could be. It just slipped out a little last game, but now you've got a bit more of an advantage. You really push that through. Miller pushing against Evan, bullying him away from these Raptors, jumping onto it, went using that ability, but he can't do enough damage. Channeling from Miller, we talked about it over the break, how that heal could make the difference. Went going down, avoiding the charm, blocked by Kevy actually. And OSU make it out alive.
I mean, the top side of the map is basically theirs at this point. OSU side, we're not getting hit with a Root there, but tower will not hit them. Charm actually hits Went, and
man. Oh, and Kevy might get solo killed here in the top lane. 2MC. Oh, not quite able to close it out, but sneaky positioning there really could have spelled the doom of this top lane.
Still in a rough position here.
Yeah, you really can't be... I mean, you can't overextend here. You will have both junglers in the area ready for the gank. They don't quite know about each other yet, so we'll see how that might play out. Kevy under the tower now, getting chunked out a little. It's rough trying to channel, but you're scared. You're scared that 2MC will be able to send you know, something down your way, take a real big chunk of your health out. Then you jump in with that hammer. I mean, really, there's a lot of explosive potential there that you have to be worried about.
Yeah,
and spawns.
It's just very difficult right now. And the thing is, it just seems like SJSU are really just putting all their effort into maintaining whatever map control they have left in this early game. I mean, you see them coming up. Cyborg is a little bit in their jungle, but no immediate threat, as the saplings will just slow the rest of the team down. And
oh man, Went gets hit by the charm. Another ability to follow up. Still, I mean, it won't do too much. This tower shouldn't get a plate loss, but I mean, you are losing out maybe on some farm, which does sort of suck in this situation. We do see, you look at the numbers, OSU in a lot of these lanes have a pretty decent advantage, especially in this top lane matchup.
yeah, and now Drag being eyed here.
Oh, just missing on the charm there. Tower will stay alive for now. Live fire though, yeah, really a force to be reckoned with at this point.
Yeah, and it really comes from those early jungle invades that just went in the favor of OSU. They really just do have that stronger early game power, and Went just, you know, can only do so much in that early game, as well as Evan really with the other solo laners. Kevy also just trying to pick up the pieces here.
It just feels like you have to respect every single one of these players because they have the potential to just take you to nothing immediately. Evan, I mean, you're really scared of dying to 2MC right there.
I mean, this is a warpath that just keeps on going. Ball lane is being looked at next, and this is a 4-man dive.
Root, Cyborg following up, Mock, trap out in between all 4. He's the main target, and so he will fall. Ultimate popped for Stinky. Those bullets do hit, but 5 fire, nice peel taking that last one for the team.
Yeah, and TP is blown by Kevi just to cover that in the case that they will continue to go for more. But I think they're just satisfied with that trade, and they'll just keep on going. Looks like they'll just go for the Rift Herald that will be coming up next. And, you know, this is just more and more objectives and more towers being slowly burned away.
Yeah, it does feel like a city is burning right now. One tower gone already. That top lane tower, that bot lane tower, both also pretty low for SJSU. And you really, I mean, it's sort of do or die in this moment for this game. You still have that padding of course, those 2 games you won earlier, but you don't want to give it up so easily. You want to turn this around now, but 4K gold lead for OSU should make these coming fights be easy to take.
Yeah, this early game, even transitioning to the mid game, should just be nearly impossible for SJSU to really do anything. They just have to kind of sit back and watch and try to scale. But the thing is, it just feels like that there are not a lot of resources to give to anyone at the moment. You can see Kevy's taking the brunt of it, being 50 CS down and possibly more, as you see the 1.5 items already being done there. And as the Rift Herald gets handed over, it just seems like this snowball will just keep on continuing towards the bot lane here. It looks like they want to drop the Rift Herald bot lane. I mean, there are wards in the river, so SJSU will be allowed to back off from it. Evan just looking there, but wasn't able to get out there. Might be a little risky here.
Could pop the ult, jump on the Cyborg here, but it might be ill-advised. Spotted out now by the control ward. That's going to be the Q. The charm, the root will take out Mach fast. Ult's coming in now for SJSU, but it's not enough damage quite yet. 5 fire on a killing spree. Gonna get stinky as well under the tower. You're not safe anywhere. Double kill for 5 fire.
Yeah, and honestly, 5 fire and Miller are just too out of control. They are way too strong at this stage of the game with their completed items, and really just the rest of the team able to follow up with their abilities. And now this is the tier 2 being knocked down here. Well, maybe not right now, but to be
minions might take care of. No, they won't. I don't think they will.
To be soon, but in the bot lane, it's just still another tower being taken down here, as OSU are now taking a commanding lead here.
3 towers down. That middle one ready to fall as well. The lead has expanded. A couple minutes ago, we were looking at 4K. Now it's about 7.
And it seems like this is a train that is not stopping, because now eyes are on bottom lane, maybe looking to punish Went here. On the bright side, there's some space for SJSU to farm on the top side of the map, but now we're going to have to see how Otacon plays out, as that'll probably be where the next big team fight happens. Evan's just trying to scout around the top side of the river, but is caught out by 5 fire. So we'll be forced to back out there, and really it's just scrambling around the map to find anything.
Yeah, Evan has, it's felt like he's been on the back foot a lot in this game. That's going to be the mid tower falling as well. Cyborg flashes out to avoid, or did flash? X-Fire?
Yeah, it seemed like they were able to avoid the dredge line there, so.
Yeah, I mean, movement to get out of the way. Otherwise, I mean, it could have been a really nice catch for SJSU to pick that one out. But we'll stay alive for now. A lot better of a performance this game that we have seen before. Maybe the Maokai is the solution. Maybe it's the Master Yi, though, as well. I mean, a different, very different look, and it seems to be working for OSU.
I mean, I think it just seems like they're able to find the timing to invade the jungle early, and as a result of that, it just really started to choke SJSU and limit their early game options for at least buying time to scale, because I would say that our team does have early game power, but it tends to pop off around the mid game when it comes to the 1 to 2 item power spike, right? But because OSU are already there, you already see the death cap finish on Ari on top of the other items too. They are very scary. They can pretty much one-shot anyone at this stage of the game, and there's no answers from SJSU at the moment. They're just simply trying to at least buy time. Maybe the Acel can bail them out, but that is a long con that may not happen at this rate.
Yeah, second item for Jace as well. Voracious Otacon spawning in the top lane. Surprised that it's not Ravenous, I guess. I mean, there hasn't been too many kills. compared to maybe some other games. But it will be voracious, same as last time. Last time, though, it didn't get killed until a decent bit later. Right now, it looks like both of these teams want to do it right now. I mean, for SJSU, you definitely want to not give this up. Mach spotted out by by Cyborg. Cyborg is going to maybe not before Mach. There we go. Mach makes it out alive for about 2 seconds before Fire coming in to sweep it up. Evan trying to salvage this a little bit, does get the shutdown, but Otacon will go the way of OSU, it looks like.
I mean, honestly, at this point, that's really the best you can hope for. At least salvage some of these shutdowns to allow you to do something. But, I mean, this is a gold lead expanding, and these are just hyper carries that are just starting to run you over. There's no other way to really go around it. Maybe Evan might have a chance to steal, but I don't think the flash, no flash.
Goes through, and so voracious Otacon will be claimed by OSU. So many of these objectives. Look at the top of your screens. SJSU have 0 right now. They've just been pushed out in every facet of this map. There's no entry point for them, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, they were really only able to just barely get a kill on Cyborg because he face checked the bush, but even then, the rest of the team was already lying in wait with the TPs and were able to still get on top of that. The only thing is, at the very least, they did prioritize the shutdown, so we'll put a bit more gold into some of the carries that can maybe make a difference at this stage. But the thing is, now Mountain Soul being possibly threatened. Luckily, he still has 3 minutes, so we'll be a little bit more time before the, inevitable decision may have to be made, whether to give or sack it. But I don't imagine that is an outcome you want if you're SJSU.
And I mean, OSU has put themselves in a position where they can also just take Baron instead. Cyborg pops the ult to try and escape. Withdraw forced instead.
Just an advance coming through, but 2MC now ready to join.
Oh man, yeah, this could go so wrong now. You have these big damage dealers here. That tower won't protect you for long against Miller and 2M2MC. I mean, Fire in the top lane as well. I mean, what can you do against this firepower right now?
You know the game is rough when the mage has to use the wave clear ult just to really stop anything from continuing forward. They might have an opportunity to catch up Fire again, but I think the rest of the teams are ready to cover. And now Stinky now forced to match up against this Jhin probably will not be a good thing. And now,
man, Evan and Miller meeting in the jungle, and Miller has the early advantage. So much damage onto Evan already. Went so low himself. Slowed down enough. There's the ult out of Stinky. Will it be able to find the kill?
They do, and actually the thing is they were able to get Fire too, so not shutdowns going over necessarily, but at least Otacon stalled out, but that came at the price of the tower.
And Kevy goes down as well. Mach forced to walk back to base. I don't want to call it here, but it does seem like OSU have this one in the bag. 5 towers now. I mean, what is that? 9,000 gold lead. Inching towards that 10K mark.
It's very bleak if you're looking at this right now. And honestly, there doesn't seem to be too many ways out. But once again, Fire exploring a little, gets rooted, but does no damage from Evan. And with the Zhonya's there, with the rest of the team ready to reinforce, there should just be more dead.
Gosh, yeah, Mach deleted instantly. Evan the next to be on the chopping block. Kevy running to try and get away. Unstoppable, but he did get stopped. I mean, it's looking very bleak.
Well, maybe looking for a turn on Cyborg. Big ult comes out, forces the flash out, and this is...
Cyborg will get taken out, but you still have 3 very impactful players here. Miller in the bottom lane takes out the final tier 3 as well. You have Mountain Drake spawning in a couple seconds now. That will be Soul Point. It looks like OSU want it, and I think they will be able to get it. I mean, these players are just too far away for SJSU to really stop this. Look how fast this Drake is gonna go. Water break. Thank you, Fat Cat Lol.
And the thing is now, that was all the ults committed for that top fight for just a pick on the support there, and now it's gonna be Baron.
Yeah, it will be the Baron play, the Baron fight to look out for. If OSU can claim this here, I think they just win the game. SJSU still have yet to find an objective. No towers, no void grubs, no drakes, no rift herald either. I mean, just completely shut out in every aspect. I think it might be a sort of a GG go next.
Yeah, I mean, a little doom and gloom coming over the rift here as OSU just really able to catch SJSU off guard with this draft and with the tempo they've been playing with, and really see it on the map over the lack of control. Let's get a trap on the 5-fire, but now I'm going to try to lead a charge. Does dodge it out, but that's a stun, but that is a Zanya's completed, so maybe not your best target. Sideboard now.
5-fire going into the rolling vines. Don't catch on, but it won't matter. Miller 68 on a rampage now. Old Poppins thinking had to be canceled as he gets really, I mean, just deleted. And on to Kevy as well. Triple kill from Miller 68. We doubted the pick, but it was actually the right play. An ace. And now the end to come. Miller 68 leading the charge as OSU claim their first game in this series. It's the comeback. It's started. It's here. And you've got to face it now if you're SJSU. What are you gonna do now?
Yeah, just good tenacity from the players really to be able to have the mental to start that comeback, and maybe with their own unique strategy. You know, it shows that these players really believe in themselves, believe in their teammates, and believe in their own personal skills to be playing at this high of a level. So, you know, the thing is, the hardest part about a series is not necessarily getting a lead, but it's always closing it out. So we'll have to cut to a short intermission as we rethink our strategy.
Yeah, SJSU still have one game to pad this, but you really don't want to go down to that. We will see in the next draft. We'll see the next game. But SJSU need to find something, and they need to find it quick. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're a little bit late. They started the bans, but you're not missing out on too much because it's the exact same thing that we've seen every game.
I mean, we were questioning the depth of the strategy initially, but the thing is, OSU able to pull an adaptation, maybe able to force the game in their favor. That's really how I describe it, with the early invades, with just the picks and the play style they chose to opt for, working out for them. So the thing is now, SJSU do luckily get the luxury of choosing blue side, and they will finally at least get Mock on, or not Mock. They will finally get Stinky on the Varus pick here, which has been so coveted in the series. And funny enough, OSU now take the Ashe back.
Oh no, Caitlyn. Maybe Ashe.
Say psych.
Caitlyn. Ashe.
Say psych right now. But yeah, maybe there. I will admit I am a top lane main, so maybe I don't know jack about the bot lane, but I'm surprised to see Ashe back. It's never. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, if it worked for SJSU, maybe it works for OSU as well. Varus, I mean, has been the first pick for every single one of these games so far. I would be surprised if we don't see it as the first pick if this goes to a 5th game. If is the question, though. SJSU have the chance to close this out here, send us all home, wait for another day. Vigar already picked before it can be banned out. We saw how those mid lane bans go in this second ban phase, so SJSU want to take that for themselves at this moment.
And the thing is, a lot of the early play was enabled around the mid laners, or the lack of mid laner. The thing is, Acel's so weak in that early game compared to Vigar, who can at least set up with a stun there. So maybe looking to play into that. And once again, Cassante duty, and Yi is back on the table again. It worked last time. Why not try again, right?
I mean, yeah, we can't critique because it did work, and it worked really well. Master Yi was able to do some pretty crazy stuff with the untargetability there in that game. I mean, we saw just setting up some of those easier kills for the team to pick up. Leona, maybe. Braum, maybe. Same idea. Braum gonna be the one to face the ban.
Yep, gonna try to prevent any stopping power for this Yi here in the bot lane. Both popular engaged supports that Mock like to play already banned out too, so all eyes are now going to be on this jungle pick where, I wouldn't even say it's Evan's fault last time. It's just that invade and the double kill mid really just allowed Fire to just keep constantly putting pressure in their side of the jungle and just prevent them from really getting a lead anywhere. But the Gwen actually finally gets banned out against the Cassante here, so maybe another thing to look at. But weirdly enough, Jace was played last time, so I don't imagine that they would not pick that again.
Yeah.
Well, I would say psych again because that got banned.
Gnar. I mean, I think it's pretty even, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much another handshake top lane here. Gnar does outrange. Cassante does also take grasp into it, so it's just gonna be wet noodle fight in the top lane pretty much, with probably Gnar on the better end of it. I mean, both have like similar wave clear, but both kind of function the same, I would say. So hopefully not seeing too much changes unless there's some intervention from the other lanes. And now we see it.
And it's locked. So SJSU, is this a comfort pick for Evan? Maybe they're trying something of their own.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but I've not seen the Zac pick in a while. But I don't hate the idea of the engage, the constant CC, and just the split magical damage you get while also still being tanky. The thing is, though, I have to see how it performs on some of these objective clears. Master Yi will probably be on the better end of it for the Void Grubs, and really, I think that has to be the focus in this third game because, now double poke support with the Varus Karma. Gonna be a nasty lane. Probably the strongest ball lane we've seen out of SJSU in this match. Finally able to get it through with the Varus. So that was very nice to see. The thing is, I will have to see how, like I mentioned earlier, the Void Grubs Rift strategy, right? You either get all the dragons or you get all the Void Grubs early game, and honestly, I think a lot of teams do really like the Void Grubs just because of the splitting power and the
Yeah.
potential for snowballing that mid-game pressure.
It does give you more options. If you lean towards those dragons, you're kind of locked into that, because if you don't get Soul, then kind of what was the point? But that will be our draft selected. Nautilus going to be the last pick there. Support for OSU. These are the teams. These are going to be a pretty interesting duel. Pretty big change up for SJSU. Sort of the same from OSU as well. I mean, a little bit different with the NAR, with the Nautilus this time, instead of SJSU having it, but we'll see how it plays out. Certainly could go either way, and it is a pretty crucial game for SJSU, a crucial one for OSU as well. You want to take this to overtime if you're them in that 5th game. SJSU need to close it out. We will see all of that after our spectator delay. So see you on the Rift. Here we are, game 4 of a potential 5. We're ready to hop onto the Rift. Players have been spawning in, and they're working their way now towards this jungle. We'll see what happens here. SJSU leads 2-1, but it seemed pretty fragile last game, whereas they had a lot more control in the first 2. Let's hop onto the Rift and see that now. Should be pretty standard, pretty passive. Yeah.
Big change up really from last game. The thing is, the early invade really screwed up everything, especially for SJSU, because they were just on the losing end of that. Although they were able to get 1 or 2 kills back, the kills went to the right people on OSU, and they were able to, you know, really take over the game from that point. So now I think a little more respect, a little more caution being shown, especially towards even this early opening of the game, really.
Yeah. Minions spawning now. OSU looking to maybe try the bush play that SJSU has been doing. There is a ward there, though, so it might get spotted out. And
bring a bit of caution to the wind there, as the early sweeper is now also picked up by Mock. And we will go underway. Maybe 2MC might just say hi, might toss a Q, just make it a little uncomfortable here, or just at least spot it out to guarantee that, right? There's no way you're killing the Zac and favor giving up this lane tempo, but I think at least confirming the pathing of the junglers is still very important.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that information would have been very valuable for OSU in that last game, even if they won anyways. Heavy and 2MC in this top lane matchup. We said maybe this Gnar has a bit of an advantage. Heavy has been on this Cassante every single game so far, and it doesn't seem like there's too much value being pushed out of it. It's just a very solid pick. You don't want to completely throw the top lane, but if you're a little bit more concerned about these other lanes, you want to win through the bot lane, through mid lane, through jungle a little bit as well, supporting those other lanes, then top.
Yep, early game going out as we see, you know, fast wave clear in the mid, get the word on the Raptors, confirm jungle pathing once again, although I'm pretty sure you already know what's happening with the vision, with the wards there, and the game
vision from OSU. You've got a complete idea of where Zac is going to be, clearing the bot jungle right now. SJSU don't really have that.
Yeah, Mega Gnar just
early level 3 now. Mega Gnar, yeah, really chunking down Kevy, who's returning fire. Is a little bit of a, you know, risk, but still under the tower, you're safe enough.
Big wave on the bot lane here. Definitely going to push into the tower here. OSU probably not going to be able to really force anything out of this, as respect will be shown here. Both junglers also pathing towards the bot here, so we'll have to keep that in mind here, as really a lot of the lane trades seem to be going in favor of them right now. SJSU kind of on the back end of it, really.
Yeah, a lot of I think the levels just have gone the way of OSU so far. It's not massive, it's not game defining, but it is something to watch out for. You know, a quick level 6 or something, and then dive. It really could make the difference here, especially because it is so close right now. OSU up, you know, 200 gold maybe, but
the thing is they're actually, yeah, now looking for the crab here in the top lane. This might be a problem here. We'll have to see if Gnar moves over, because, well, Zac gets a few hands on that, but nothing threatened off that. So just gonna Maybe look for a gank here. Is warded though. Maybe at least clear the ward here just to alleviate some pressure. But once again, Miller on top of it and actually ready to start clearing camps.
Yeah, there's a decent bit of damage on this blue tier.
Turret has slain
Whoa.
5150. It looks like they tried to go for some sort of dive, but on Stinky. But unfortunately, unable to actually get that kill themselves. I mean, they still get the XP, I think, but that is a kill you wish you could have gotten.
Stinky was alone, and so they viewed it as a pretty easy kill to pick up. Just couldn't make it happen. So that is a pretty. I mean, is this decent for SJSU here? If anything else, just for the timing, allowing you to recall maybe, but you know,
really just have to let it cook, let it simmer, because now in the bot lane, looking at Mog here, looking to chase a Cyborg, getting on top of him here, and everything is connecting, forced to pop the heal here, but the slows are a bit much from 5150. The lethal tempo stacks, but the shield will barely protect here, and bot lane's actually having really staggered recall timings, which makes their laning a lot harder. And
5 Fire has level 6 here onto Went. I mean, Went should be able to get it pretty soon anyways, but
hopefully on the bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, that's that, you know, that level 6 that I mentioned, like, it really could just happen real soon. You know, you blink and then all of a sudden you're gone, because that ultimate could really be a big factor, especially in this top lane. That Gnar ult potential to really do some damage. Evan sneaky positioning here, waiting for 5150 to overextend. Mach gonna pressure from behind a little bit. There Evan goes, doesn't quite land, grabs a minion instead. Not your preferred target. Miller 68 gonna start on these void grabs. Look how fast, look how much damage you can do to all of them at the same time. The Yi is maybe the perfect pick to take out the void grabs, to be honest.
And the thing is, there are no prio in the solo lanes at this moment. You can see that 5 Fire and 2MC are able to always just shove in their ways and then help establish control in the rivers wherever they go. And now Cyborg walking up there, goes for the flash, gets the hook onto him.
Nice charm from 5 Fire. Stinky so low. Will be able to get the kill. No, doesn't get the kill. 5 Fire takes Stinky out first, and so 5150 will make it out alive. That's so valuable. The first kill of the game going for Ohio State University. Evan diving in now, interrupted by Cyborg, but does find a grip onto both. Mach now gets the root, but Miller escaping.
Forces the Highlander out, but the thing is that wall there unfortunately able to block them from being hit together and getting stunned longer. Mega Gnar come in with the smash ultimate to the wall, and Kevy just taking this beating as like Cassante does in the top lane. But yeah, it's a little grim right now. The thing is really unfortunate that Stinky died there, because they had a notable CS lead over the Ashe there until that happened. So now the gold should just swing back evenly.
I mean, yeah, the gold will, but the experience could still, you know, be a factor here. Stinky is one level up, different from pretty much everywhere else, where it seems like OSU has a very slight lead in experience.
Yeah, but the problem is the cleanse is still available. So even if they toss the root on top of them, there's no way to follow up on that at this stage of the game.
Stinky will be getting the flash somewhat soon. Will it, you know, be enough to make a difference? Who knows? We'll see how that pans out in the bot lane. Right now, Evan is set up here for a gank, ready to jump in. Kevy has been getting bullied in the top lane right now, so this could be a big difference maker. Mega Gnar right here, looking to take a plate on this tower. Here comes Evan. Doesn't quite connect. 2MC will make it out alive.
At least
not a scratch on him.
Yeah, at least forces out the flash, but really that's just, once again, another consolation prize, really. I mean, this is already, Susante's already bleeding 2 plates into this, and I imagine it'll continue to go on more as this early game continues. You can see Miller already possibly invading. Well, Miller is invading for sure, but they might even just look for the dive before they hit the dragon here. And Evan, once again, on the back foot here in the start of this early game. And technically hasn't really given up any kills or anything. It's just the thing is, Yi will clear so much faster. And because there's so much emphasis and focus on the mid lane, getting ahead, providing vision, and really just keeping Went in check. It prevents him from really being able to rotate early, and now Evan getting wind of this realizes something is up. Elastic slingshots into the Krugs, but gets canceled by the hook.
Oh man, the hook is so big there. The arrow comes in perfectly, gets the stun, and I mean,
yeah, there's no follow-up.
Yeah, there we go. Ari getting that kill credit onto Evan. Finally falling. 2 kills for OSU now. Evan's brought the health back a little bit here in that trade in the top lane. Still, it's not a kill. It's not enough to trade back. It's not enough value right now.
Yeah, a little scared in the ball lane there. Thought there could possibly be a dive play, but I think it's enough wave clear, and they really want to reset here. And looking at the CS lead and the kill lead, already seeing issues in the jungle and even in the mid lane once again.
Yeah, also the top of what as well. I mean, OSU definitely has control over these minions, over these camps. Just with that invade alone, Miller did so much damage to what Evan is going to be capable of in these coming minutes. Looking at this Drake, are going to start it. Should be uncontested, I think, especially because those void grubs will spawn, which Miller is going to be very happy to take the rest of those.
Yeah, Cyborg already moving over with the rest of the team there. Also be looking to invade the top side of the jungle, but no, seeing no guests there. And now with the drag falling, this confirms it. Now just going to force a reset here and just once again keeping the gas pedal on the early game here.
Working those grubs down now. Asante, not even going to head that direction, really. So Miller will get them for free, it looks like. Maybe Kevin now. The smite will stop that play from happening. Miller makes it out of the pit as well. Arm doesn't quite hit onto Went. Could have been disastrous there. High fire, what do you have? You have 1 item built up already. Still working towards the second. But maybe wouldn't have been.
Yeah, flash at least blown by Miller, but honestly, they're more than happy to take that trade just to keep the pace going on how fast they really just want to destroy SJSU through the early game.
Yeah. Oh man, this tower here is just 1 hit off of another plate for 2M2MC. Heading out fast. Just able to play that range game against the Asante. Really valuable playmaking in the top lane, just shutting out any possible. I mean, nothing really has happened there, but CS, you see, has been going the way of this Gnar and building it up. Nice little dodge there as well.
I mean, it's just
Top it off.
Just a death by 1,000 cuts at this rate.
Yeah.
But now Evan finding himself in another position in the bot lane.
I mean, things in the bot lane haven't gone as badly. You see SJC. Oh, wow. That arrow is massive. Went under the tower, but it won't matter. These players can tank a shot, especially if you can't move. Evan jumps in, but it's not enough to find anything. Gnar, maybe even got the slam into the wall there. Wouldn't be a kill. Heavy will clean up that minion, what was left of a minion wave, and should be safe for now. But it's still another kill. It's just 3, but it is 3-0. It is about 3,000 gold up now too for OSU. Who, I mean, it seems like they're a lot more comfortable right now.
And they are in their element right now, and really still answers being looked for by SJSU here. I mean, this is just losses all over the map slowly but surely, and this is not the position you want to be in when you want to try to close out a series.
I wonder, maybe 2MC will play a little bit more aggressive here to try and get that last plate before they do fall. That could be the opportunity for Heavy to flip it around in the top lane. We'll see. Miller caught in the trap there, so it does take a little, not too much. Pretty stale at the moment. Cyborg ready to go in. just barely does connect, actually. Charm will as well. The root now to Went does find the ultimate block, but it's way too late, I think. Yeah.
I mean, TV's come in, but 3-man cage does nothing as everyone just gets cut down here.
Heavy as well.
The
That's a
damn.
kill fed to the Gnar. Just stacking up on those top lane wins. Master Yi has 3 kills right now, 300 gold bounty. Ari, 5 fire, piloting that, is 2-0-5.
And there's just no damage from SJSU to really stop anything right now. Speed of Warfare going to be handed over easily at this point, and Miller just looking to set up the dive here.
Arrow doesn't connect, but it shouldn't really matter because there's 3 players to Stinky's 1. Cyborg does fall. The last arrow connecting. Oh, Mock
Gets 5-on-5. Oh, gets a
That
stun.
is good. 5 fire. Can you make it out of here alive? Charm does hit, and so you're just barely making it out right now.
Oh,
Miller
but the
here to back it
TP.
up now. This could be bad. Oh man, SJSU overextended. Miller is gonna clean up. Evan gone now.
And now Went.
Well, let's see if these can coagulate, but yeah, there we go. Miller on a rampage to clean it up. 5 fire, even staying alive for that. It'll be 11 kills now for Ohio State. SJSU, they found 2, but it's really not enough at this point.
Yep, and now another tower will be given as the Drake respawns. It will be an Infernal Drake going in the hands of OSU, so good for them to really just keep the damage up. And
Chemtech.
was it Chemtech?
Yeah.
Is
it?
the
No, it's
dragon
a-
icon
I
look
know.
like Infernal, and then it's
every
just like.
time it messes me up too. It's bad, but whatever.
I mean, still tenacity and slow resist, still very nice to have against SJSU comp. So, you know,
I mean, we will see what the soul might be.
kind of scary though, because the thing is, you're rolling into Infernal, Hextech, or Earth Drake Soul, and now Mock just.
Oh man.
Oh, the stun!
Mock is not gone. The stun up, shut down there. Miller unstoppable still though. What can you do? You can't hit him while he's in your face. Heavy gonna get sent to the spawn. Triple kill for Miller, 68. This tower's gone as well. Even gonna go for the tower dive because you're so confident in your ability right now. Ace looked a little close, but it still is an ace. All 5 players gone for SJSU. Evans on the respawn now, so is Mock, but you can't stop the Rift Herald take. You can't stop these towers falling down. OSU are so commanding right now. What are you gonna do against that?
Yeah, what to do is really the question here. Is everyone is just down for the count, and really it's just looking like the same as last game again when this Yi came out. It really is just working out for OSU right now, the way they like to play around the map and the way they like to really just force fights that are in their favor. And the thing is, with SJSU, they have the tools they need to scale. Like, the Vigard can definitely do stuff in the late game, but the real question is if we can even get that far at this point in the game. And Fire has really just been the catalyst alongside Miller to really ensure that the early game, at least for the first 20-25 minutes, go in their way, which is enough time for them to generate enough of a lead to force an end. And seeing that on the Yi there, 7-0. Ready to cut anyone down to size at this point. Now Chemtech will be taken, objective bounty denied, and now SJSU looking to make a play anywhere on the map.
I mean, we were talking about, Hex Gates activate. It will be the Hex Tech Soul available. But we were talking about before how these teams kind of have to choose. Oh, well, again, I'll interrupt myself. Evan gets the dive. Now, 5 fire making it away. The Hex Gate opening up that possibility. What a lucky timing there. And I won't even have time to talk about it because this plot tower is gone. That tier 2, I mean, just shredded by the Rift Herald, by those players. Now the Rift Herald looking for another charge. No, okay, stopped by the minions. And so it won't get too much value, but still, I mean, 1 tower is pretty big. But what I was going to say is that we talked about earlier how these teams kind of have to choose between going for soul and going for void grubs. But it looks like OSU doesn't have to choose because they've gone up so far. Nice flash out of 2M2MC to get out of that sticky situation. Just barely, but still it counts. I mean, you get away scot-free for that. SJSU have so few kills on the board right now because they just haven't been able to close it out, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Charm, knock up with the hook. Cyborg taking a tower shot. Evan now coming in through. The arrow just goes wide. That could have been the decider in this brawl, but now it looks like SJSU might be able to flip it.
Oh, but the crunch from behind as Miller just cuts everyone down, diving in with Fire, letting the Foxfire on the rest of them, and that'll just be a 4-for-1 trade in favor of OSU and Stinky. Just left there to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it looked so potential, is what I'll say. I don't know about possible, but there was potential, and it just disappeared immediately. I mean, SJSU won't be able to end here, but it is going to be a very big advantage. You take out this inhibitor, and you've done so much damage to these other lanes. It's hard to imagine a world where you don't close this out and take us to this game 5.
Yeah, I mean, already broken in, control of the top side of the map should just guarantee Otacon at this point. And now the reset's coming in, and just really, I don't know how much more time you're really given if you're SJSU to make a play. It's so unfortunate though, because there's 1 or 2 plays that could have gone their way with the RE kill. Thing is, with the flash and the Spirit Rush just able to bail her out there. And even that start of the fight, there's just not enough damage to follow up on that. There seems to be a little bit of a problem in these last 2 games where really the idea to make the play is good. You have the stuns, you have the utility, but the real question is who is going to deal the death blow to some of these carries that OSU are pulling out.
Carry they are. Look how much damage is done. Voracious Otacon gone in 5 seconds, maybe? That's 16,000 HP. It's not, you know, usually too fast of an objective to take, but OSU has done it, and they're hungry for more. Kevi is back up here this time, but
the 3-item Yi.
How much that's worth at this point.
It's a 3-item Yi at 21 minutes, so we'll really just
at 9, 0, and 8. Insane plays on the Yi from Miller. It is that comfort pick, and so we shouldn't have doubted it. But can't take that back now. We just have to live with that. SJSU sort of gonna have to live with that. They didn't ban it out in this draft either, so we have to deal with the pop off out of Miller 68. SJSU pushed so far back now. You're giving up this tier 3 in the mid lane. They're gonna give up this inhibitor as well, I assume. We'll just get knocked down. Blue inhibitor destroyed. That's the second one of this game. They're looking at this tier 3 in the bot lane. They want to take everything. They probably want to end here if they can find an opening. All comes down to this. Fire caught inside, gonna get jumped on, but pops the time.
Zanya's.
Zanya's does. Oh, also had Guardian Angel's gonna withdraw. Heavy super low here. Gets taken out 5-1-5-0 with the kill credit there. Another withdraw. And so the push will be sent back, but still 3 inhibitors down. All of this power damage, all these objectives claimed for OSU. There's still so much that SJSU have to do to come back.
And because of the Otacon, even though there were deaths, it did not matter, because with the Hex Haste, they'll be able to portal their way over to the 3rd Drake of the game. Now starting to stack up the Hex Tech Soul, and oh
my goodness, Fire waiting there for Evan, just completely predicted. Does Evan make it out of this? Is healing a decent bit, and so I guess it didn't. Oh no, Fire was just waiting for the blue buff to go down.
Yeah, it's just a horror across the map.
Perfect read. And yeah, that's the Hextech Drake. As you were saying, look at the mini map. Those minion waves coming in with those big bruisers. They're going to be really challenging here right now. You have all those OSU players here closing in, ready to go. The towers, they're falling pretty fast now. OSU, half health on the right one, half health on the left. The right will fall first. Nar jumping in now. The tower falls. OSU Miller, legendary again, getting that kill. Both turrets destroyed now. A little to back. SJSU up. 2M, 2MC is still alive, still causing problems. Evan falling now, and the Nexus is gone. OSU found their second game. It is 2-2. We're looking at a game 5. We're going the distance. Wow. I mean, from what looked like a complete shutout in those first 2 games to a complete reverse shutout in the second 2, or the second 4.
Yeah, finding their second win in the third game, now carrying the momentum over into the fourth. Now with a new strategy. Gonna have to see how SJSU adapts for this final match. They will get side selection once again, but we will cut to a short intermission as the final draft will go underway.
Yeah. See you then. Welcome back to this 5-game series to see this 5th game. It has gone the distance so far. SJSU versus Ohio State University. The winner of this advances. The loser is out of this tournament. We did skip the draft. Do apologize for that, but casters have to recharge. Production has to recharge. So thank you for your grace with that. We are going to head on to the Rift now, and we will explain the picks a little bit. We did say, well, Weebins and Riot were saying that maybe this is a little bit more of a team fight comp from OSU. Pretty unconventional picks from what we've seen so far this series. Have that Hecarim, the Aurora, Misfortune, Rakan, all of these, and the Ambessa, actually, none of these have been played so far in the series.
Like a fearless draft here based on what they picked, but
yeah.
Jokes aside, finally got rid of the Yi, also banning out the Ari there, so are at least denying some of the tools that OSU used to mount their comeback in this series now. So the real question will just come to how will this be played out. We see Mock and Stinky on signature picks here, so at least putting him on comfort there was a good priority within this draft, and hopefully within the time that was used to take a little short break there can maybe just recoup themselves and get ready for this. Their tournament lives on the line, basically.
Yeah, for both teams here, it is do or die. Mock finds the first little bit of engage. Arrows connect as well, but I think maybe Mock took the brunt of that one.
Yeah, Big Cow takes the big hitbox there. I mean, MF does do a bit more damage in the right click. Now actually seeing Stinky instead of opting for the poke build, going the on hit with the lethal tempo there. So we're going to see if that makes a big difference here as we get to the later stage of this game, and even in some of the early trading here, because you cannot really underestimate the damage that this pick can dish out, especially with that rune setup.
Yeah. Looking for something. They have vision in this bush, so Cyborg is noted, at the very least.
Yeah, but level 2 will be handed over to OSU first, so no early plays here by the looks of things, unless after this one minion dies. Should be aware of this positioning. Oh, nice ricochet onto Stinky, getting that nice little bit of poke there too.
Push back from Mock as well. That ice just slowing down things a little bit further. By fire, caught a little bit by Aurelian's soul, but the damage, I don't know if it's enough. Oh, by fire walking into it a little bit too much, maybe. Taking a little bit more than necessary. Went retreating into this jungle. Cyborg unable to find the closing of the gap there, and Evan will approach as he completes the top side jungle. Hecarim on the other side, clearing maybe a little bit faster even.
Yeah, and right now it's just, once again, SJSU lane was pushed under tower there. No early prio for this river right now, but crabs are not up yet, so nothing too concerning. Both mid laners already opting to take a reset because of the early trading, so both jungler locations probably noted and aware of it, and now fast resets coming through. Looks like Fire actually burnt the flash or something as well as went, so I did not see that happen earlier. Maybe in that early 1v1 skirmish we saw there where both almost died. So holding on for dear life here, honestly.
Yeah, really risky. I mean, Stinky and Mock have found it in them to switch this around in the bot lane. Water break. Thank you, Andrew Franklin. We'll take that now. I'll maybe delay it a little bit just in case Cyborg does anything here. Gets the vision on the Mock, and I don't think we're going to go for that.
Yeah, no prio really to move out right now. Still can maintain control with the Varus there. Wastecareer is a bit faster than the MF at the moment, so at least a slow start, but it's always concerning yourself. He happened actually opts for the dash in, but now Evan just here to say hello. So is Miller though, ready in this bush, and gonna be a face check here.
Ooh. Evan walking right into two of these players here, does connect on that ability, but
the charge back in, but the Conqueror and the Q stacks.
Still dealing damage. First blood for Miller, won't make it out, but Evan won't either. Fire gets that kill, so it's 1-1 to the mid laner and the jungle. Tough start again. 2 kills to 1 now. OSU, they have the advantage here. Can they hold on to it now?
Yeah.
Is the question.
Basically tried to cover there, but wow, big raid.
Thank you, Chubby X, for the raid party of 26. Thank you guys. Welcome to the stream. It is do or die right now in this CLOL bracket. Both these teams, one game to go, determines their tournament life right now. Mach diving in a little premature, maybe. Takes some damage for it. Cyborg looking to punish it a little more even.
I mean, at least force out the flash. That was a nice little gank there, but from the side of the river, but nothing accomplished out of it again, as once again OSU are able to find an early kill lead. Fetal Warfare not handed over yet, but soon possibly at this rate, because Went is already looking dangerously low. This early Dark Soul stacks and the two tomes really favoring Aurora in these early trades, so can't really do much but just sit back and just take the beating really as of right now. And
oh, Evan just timing onto 5 fire there. I think maybe even saw in the end, but just not the right positioning to take advantage of that. OSU Cyborg is a level down here right now. It presents the opportunity for Mac to maybe make something happen. Heavy and T, 2M, 2MC are both level 6 right now. Both ults available. Heavy a little bit lower now, a little bit low on the mana as well. So maybe not able to even use that right now.
And now looking to clear vision towards the bot side of the river. Chances are it's probably going to be a Drake Void Grubs trade, but we'll see if OSU can actually contest it this time. Thing is, Stinky should be able to crash the wave under the tower and get that early prow. And actually, instead of doing it, they feel confident in taking this fight.
Yeah, Went's going to group up here as well as 5 fire leaves the mid lane at the same time. Will be an interesting fight. The Drake hasn't had too much damage done to it. Evan finding the level 6. That's huge right now. If he can capitalize on it. No, he can't. Red team gets the feat of warfare. That's OSU. Stinky gets a kill though. Miller about to go down as well. Stinky falling finally, but did do some decent damage. Double kill right now for 5 fire, who looks like they're gonna get ready to take a third on Mach. Actually, Ambessa gets the kill credit. Oh, Kevin, can you find that? Can you find that? It's crucial.
The slows.
Ew. Oh man, 5 fire on a rampage. Now Heavy popped the ult, but nothing coming from it. SJSU 3 kills to OSU's 6 now.
Yeah, invested everything there pretty much to try to at least salvage it, but realistically, I don't even think they had the prio or the setup for that. The thing is, all the solo laners are already behind, and you do not want to be fighting against the Aurora that's just simply so much stronger than Wen right now. The first dive with the first part of that tri-bush fight worked.
Grub and is gonna get the kill.
Oh, maybe Miller, yeah.
Secured.
Has Ghost. Ow, actually dashes out!
Oh, way! Miller found the heal off of that other Void Grub. Evan will get a second, but wow, that's so rough to not claim that kill there.
Yeah, that's actually very, very big. Could have been game-changing there, but we'll just have to keep...
Yeah, if you find the connection there, 1, you get a kill. Nice, easy money in the bank. And 2, you get 3 Void Grubs. Going into this, it gives you so much more utility, decision-making power as these later objective fights come up.
Cyborg walking up here. Has the control ward. Is aware Mog is here. We got an interesting little lane swap here right now. But I don't think anything should really happen. There's no way they get in the range to really force anything, and...
I don't know how close Cyborg is to level 6 here. Have potential, could, you know, maybe spark something, but fairly passive from both players, not wanting to risk too much. Miller spotted out, I believe.
Yeah, and then now Stinky looking to cover here. Tosses the ult, gets the root, gets the stun.
Evan gets the kill. Miller 68 will not find anything on that invade, thanks to great positioning, great utility usage by Stinky there, saving a really bad situation otherwise.
Yeah, potentially could have been another death there, but nice cover from SJSU. Now starting to look revitalized in this game 3 here, at least holding on to this early game with whatever they can. Crazy thing is Aurora has 10 stacks onto Dark Seal, so if that becomes a nice Magi's book, that could be a big problem if it scales, but now eyes are on the dragon here with the jungler just respawning. The thing is, though, Hecarim moves pretty fast, and the rest of the solo lanes already contest. There's a 4-0 Aurora. I don't know how much you can do, seeing half the HP just chunked from that one electrocute combo. And the top laner is here too, so everyone's in position. They're gonna just try to burn it, and they luckily do. Went is just slowing down Cyborg, but Miller will shortly arrive. And I think a swift retreat into the
Oh,
bot lane
man,
will
Mock's
happen.
done. Yeah, 5 fire, unstoppable. 5 kills on them now. 400 gold bounty. It's juicy if you can get it, but it doesn't seem like SJSU can. Heavy, forced to clean up the wave here in the top lane. Close to losing a plate there as well. If we look at the other towers, I mean, it's barely equal. 5 plates on everything right now, but OSU has that kill advantage. 10 minutes and there's 11 on the board.
And luckily, it's only a 1k gold deficit at 10 minutes, so it's not nearly as bad as we saw in the other games where they just snowballed out of control. And the thing is now, still though, the gold is distributed in the right places, especially the mid laner. You're really going to want to focus on live fire in these upcoming team fights, because they should be getting their first item around now, and you can just see the impact they're having in just controlling these objectives. Now, luckily, Winter already has their Rylai, so the scaling is still ongoing if we make it that far.
Yeah, but I mean, speak about 5 fire a little more. They've played such an important role in the comeback of Ohio State in this series. I mean, we saw on the Ahri both times that OSU has won, that Ahri has really been doing a lot of damage, a lot of work in the lanes too with that wave clear. I mean, really has been a big player in this comeback. It would be the key player in the win. 5 fire, look at that chunk out of Went, and you're feeling confident enough to aggress a little bit more, push your luck, go for a plate. Why not? Evan and Miller here meeting again, but this time there's backup from OSU. Mock will get tapped, but won't fall, won't be caught out too bad. Still, it feels risky for SJSU. Every moment feels like things could just slip right out of their control. Void Grub is spawning now. Miller is already on it. Certainly gonna claim those.
And perhaps maybe an eye on the dive on the bottom lane as Evan walks up through the tri-bush alongside Mock here. Freddy threatening it, trying to get ahead of it. 5150 tries to retreat, tries to use the passive move speed to run back, but luckily it makes it. No flash is committed there, so that'll just be one cover.
Went.
Boundary between worlds does hit, but when able to fly out of that at the very least, so that is something though. But once again, 5 fire just creating that important space for the top side of the map, and really just the bottom of the side of the map was denied anything. Cyborg just walking up saying hello to Evan, but
Evan's in a bit of a weird spot here. Didn't know about Miller, who came in the aid of these mid lane players. Misfortune goes a little bit wide, but that's okay for OSU right now. You don't really care too much because you are up right now.
yeah, Ghost now popped here. Mock seeing it now, gonna try to
Mock
protect Stinky. Gets the
not targeting
chains,
just
gets the
Stinky.
flash over the leap and dodges the charge of shadows. But I don't know how much more longer you can stall this out. The stun comes through. Big
Miller.
damage on the E. Gets the right click off the lethal tempo, and Mock is now starting to turn it. Kev TP's in, follows the TP up with 2 MCMC, and that will just be the end of it. But big kill to really turn that fight around.
Wow, yeah. I mean, that has equalized it a little bit. You do force out the teleport from Kevy. Top lane is open right now if Ambessa wants to try and switch there, but I guess you're comfortable playing this mirror matchup in the bot lane now, switching sides quickly. Evan is in the red side jungle, and Aurora right now is going to meet him soon.
Oh, yeah, this looks like an incoming death at this point.
Yeah, Miller's here as well for the sandwich. It's pretty much a sure thing at this point. Evan is pretty fast right now and went to back up. Actually made it out alive.
Yeah, with the Rylai too, stalling out time. Boundary between worlds, stalls it, gets the headbutt Q combo, and now looking to turn it. Hops on top of it. Now gonna have to be forced to chase forward though, because Went is getting destroyed by the ball lane. 5050 claims it back, dashes back into the invisibility, flashes on top of it, tries to finish it off, but it's not enough damage.
Oh, Evan, yeah, popped the ult there, and it just couldn't close the deal. Rough. And now Kevy really taking a big beating out of this Ambessa. We've talked a lot about how Kevy has been forced into this Asante and just not able to do much in the lane. You know, finding value outside of it, but a really tough matchup.
Yeah, this Ambessa matchup is one of the hardest ones for Kasante, especially because of the tools, the shields, and just the mobility as well. Makes it very tricky to trade into. You can see that throughout the game, but it also doesn't help that some of the team fights on the early game where they had to really commit all those TPs did not result in anything for Kev Yi. You see the in the kill differential there. One item being completed, now barely able to figure out what to buy here. Forced to go to the Thornmail already early on, and now just waiting around the map for the next objective.
Went just walked into Five Fire there. Question mark.
I mean, he
being
went there
thrown
and he's
on
still
the map.
chasing. Actually has the
he
damage
is.
for
He
it.
has the damage.
Turns it around. Has the ultra rip. Doesn't even might.
Shut down from Went. That's 800 gold in the bank. Got the turnaround. Got it done.
Yep.
And they're now looking to maybe try and do. We don't have vision here though, and the Drake will be slain for the red team for OSU.
Looking for the afterfight though on the top side of the river. You're gonna get spotted out by the ward there. No play advantage from this, but once again, those are big shutdowns to force, and the flash out of 51502 with the blighted chains going forward, and maybe looking to say something about this mid tower, but.
We've been saying a lot here, but SJSU actually has the gold lead. Slightly, but they do still have that lead in gold, despite being down a couple kills, despite being down the boys.
Slimer goes in, gets the leap, but gets stunned, headbutted backwards into the team, unable to... Okay.
Stunned right behind the wall, it
Wow.
looked like, so safe from any damage there.
Yep, channeling the bullet time once again, but Went is on the way, flying over the wall, flash forward into the headbutt, into the slow. Rakan tries to break it up with the charm, but this is too much damage they're taking. Luckily able to run out of it, but nothing is given.
Yeah, a lot of these fights feel really close. Players just barely making it out alive. Evan now gunning for a kill onto Five Fire. There's no shutdown bonus still, but it's a kill. Evan goes low. Went here, cleans it up though, saves. Evan gets the double, going crazy right now in the top lane. Oh,
This is why
it might have been what SJSU needed here.
mean-
Equalize the kills, gold, extend it a little more.
And this is why people ban the ASOL against Wen, just so aware of the character and his capabilities. Nice flight over the walls there, and just connecting the beam on the both there to execute them, really turning that river fight around.
And it has been a battle of the mid lane now. Aurora was 5-0 before, but now 5-2, matched with Went. So a little bit, it is fairly equal right now. 1K gold lead up to SJSU. This could be bad though. Cyborg here to back up the Mbessa dive. Kevy pops the ultimate, and Went here too will scare them off. Nothing to worry about quite yet.
Protect and cover, but Miller actually looking on the backside here. Maybe looking to extend the play here with Cyborg, but thinking twice about it. Does have the vision to cast the wards. Skips the timing there, and this is a dive on the KFE. I'm not KFE, but whoa. There's a dive on the Went in the ball lane. Now KFE might have just TP'd to their deaths as well.
Oh man, yeah, that is a TP into 4 players. Getting under the tower will save his life. Red team gets the first turret. And OSU will get the first turret. I keep saying that.
Yeah, and Feats of Strength will go in their favor. Now in the mid lane here, Evan between a rock and a hard place, all alone. TP's coming in. Mock and Stinky trying to follow up. Bullet time gets stopped, but now gonna jump into the rest of that team.
That's so much damage.
Big damage.
It switched around. Cyborg falls first. F5150. Also, now that's Mock gone. Still Stinking Heavy. Can you switch this? Oh, no, it doesn't look like it. Double kill for 2M2MC to reset it back into OSU's favor.
I mean, the thing is though, because went down in the bot lane earlier, because of that 4-man dive, nicely dancing around the vision there, OSU are able to take that nice window and just continue to put pressure on the bot side of the map, and that is what Evan did not respect there in that moment, and as a result, the collapse came through and the damage came through. Now eyeing this mid tower. Just trying to cover their losses at this point. When charges in, Cyborg gets a knock up. No follow-up going through, and is just zoning for now.
These minions chipping away at the tower though, calling back Went's attention. Mock going a little deep into this jungle, not gonna try and fight Five Fire there. Happy to let that recall go off. You're not gonna win that one probably.
And the thing is, we're looking at the items right now. It seems that a lot of carries are approaching the second item. You notice that at the very least, Mach is a little bit ahead already on the completion of that, as well as went finally, at the very least, being even with the Aurora here. You're really looking at some of these matchups, and you're seeing at least the carries in SJSU getting the right amount of gold.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Stinky is a little less than an item up, maybe. On to 5150 right now. Ruinous Otacon going to be spawned bot lane. I think that's the third time this series. We did see some lower kill games earlier on, but it's back to the basics. High kills, high risk, high reward. Here goes Went now on to 5fire. Down, but it's not quite enough. Here's the backup from Miller now. Mach, the first to bear the fault of this overextension. No, I completely lied, because Mach has made it out alive, and they flipped it here. They did get a kill, but they've lost the turret bot lane. So SJSU is not in a great position. That vision forcing Mach off of the recall, barely gets away in time, but very dangerous plays out there. Going for the Drake now. Mach is so low here. You don't want to give up a free kill right now.
Secures the smite, gets the knock up on the 2MC. Does get on the Mach, but now Miller charging
Miller
in.
Gone immediately. Kill for Stinky. Nice. 5fire here, a little too late now. SJSU, decent flip there. Still down a little bit, but not by much. Otacon, I mean, I think they're gonna go for it now. There's no jungler for
Wait,
Ohio
they're actually
State.
baiting it now. Evan gets the stun on the 5fire, secures it with the slow on the Went. And now looking at the bot lane once again, the respawn timers are all scattered, all messy, but it resets at the very least. Cyborg
Spins
walks
around
in.
back onto Cyborg, doubles for it, pushing them back. Otacon does regain all that health, but I can't imagine a world where they steal this here. Misfortune doesn't have the Hellfire ready.
Or the bullet time not ready at all for them. And now Kevy just sitting in the bush playing Protect the President. Now going to secure the extra roses, extra XP, and the damage that is so essential in this match, as now finally starting to establish themselves in this match as SJSU once again after what was a close 2 games.
And I mean, this game has been nothing but close. It feels like it's flipping back and forth, but not by much, just by a tad. SJSU up to 300 gold here at this moment. There was a time where they were up 1,000, which seems like a lot right now, but it really isn't. It's been so back and forth in this game. So many close moments in the ultimate decider of this series.
I mean, if you just look at the kill feed, the kill distribution, everyone is getting involved. There's no particular one standout player. Everyone is fighting for the tournament lies on the line, participating, throwing their bodies into the fire whenever they can. You can really see it come through as we're getting down to the wire. Cyborg wards the bush there, but leaps away, knows that there is presence there, and chooses to respect it. But this is pressure towards the top side of the river, and now seeing some setup come through. Stinky might have to respect it under this tower, but nothing will come through.
Quite yet. I mean, Baron's gonna spawn in about 2 minutes. Ocean Drake in a little bit longer than that. So there's not too many objectives to worry about right now. You look at the laning phase, SJSU have lost one of their turrets. They are very close to claiming that bot turret themselves. Evan, nice connection onto Miller. That's the start of it. Miller does manage to make it out alive. Misfortune tries to hit something there, but it doesn't slow them down. Evan leading the charge. The charm does connect, though. That is a really great way to stop if Evan wasn't the fastest bear in the game. Going on to 2MC, gets the kill. It's back to equal now, 17-17. SJSU have this turret too. Is this the difference maker? Is it the decider?
I mean, 5fire.
Yeah, 5fire in a bit of a tricky situation, maybe. Oh, does get the recall off, as they're now looking at the Fortune as a potential kill. Went wrapping around this other side as Mach and Evan come through the back. Evan making contact now, tanking the bullets from this turret. He'll be fine. And that is another kill to put SJSU in the lead now for the first time in this game in terms of kills. It might not last long. Kevy might be caught here, fleeing back into the grasp of Cyborg. Miller closing it out, sweeping around, and it's back to even. Nothing out of the question, nothing impossible right now.
Cross map trades going through, but still in favor of SJSU because they are able to at least capitalize on the turret after that first kill on the Misfortune. And really just OSU getting a little split there and SJSU sticking together, able to pick and single out their targets well and follow up on it. And this is where this game starts to get scary. You know, you got to pick and choose your fights, and right now this is when it matters the most, especially with the threat of the Dragons, the threat of the Baron, and possibly the threat of your tournament lives with every decision you make.
Yeah, the last tier 1 for SJSU, very, very weak, but Ohio State has none left themselves. The same mid tower is also very low for them. So really a tricky situation. It probably comes down to this Baron play, to maybe the soul point even, if SJSU wants to go for that instead. And it seems like OSU is here to fight that, though. They've got the space early. And so if you are SJSU, maybe it is time to look at the Baron. Doesn't seem like that's what they want out of this, though. Evan getting ready maybe to pounce. Heavy in the front line right now, though. Let's see something come out soon. The Drake is up. The players are here. Here we go. Evan chasing down Miller. Wants to get the jungle out of the equation. Won't work quite yet, though. Evan does take a bit of damage there from the Fortune ult. Reset now. 4v4.
And I mean, these are big ults blown on OSU. It makes it so much harder for them to really contest this Ocean Soul that they so wanted to fight. And I mean, maybe an angle from the bottom side of the river to MMT. Blast comes over, gets on top of Mock, but that's not the target you want. Now trying to charge into the backline, but they get no access.
Evan makes it into the backline onto 5 Fire. Jumping in again. That's Stinky on a killing spree now. 2M, 2MC gone as well. Stinky with a double kill. Kevy gets the kill onto Miller. That's the jungle gone. Stinky, a very, very powerful force right now. Level 15 on the Varus. That 3-item spike.
And now this leads into a Baron take. The thing is, OSU, we're just not ready to handle the sudden jumps into their backline that, you know, the rest of the team can do. Wen can always go over the walls, follow up with Evan, and even Kev stalling out the initial engage there to deny OSU from accessing Stinky, who just gets a scale for free, gets the Terminus stacking, stacks up the Rage Blade, and just shreds the rest of the team.
Cyborg is going to walk up here, but will not be able to do anything against the 5 players from SJSU cleaning up that Baron. Evan does lose that blue turret in the mid lane, but you're not going to be too worried about that right now. You have this Baron buff. You're going to recall. You're going to come right back. And you're going to have those empowered minions on your side to try and take some of these towers. You have soul point right now for that Ocean Soul. So much is within your reach right now if you're SJSU. 5,000 gold up now. The kills tell a different story, but right now SJSU is fairly confidently in the lead. They just need to keep it that way.
Yeah, now looking towards the bot lane, they're maybe going to try to threaten 2MC, but thinks twice against it as the rest of OSU are stacking towards the top side. Wen just feels confident. I mean, he can just go fly over, clear this, has the Banshee's Veil as well for that extra layer of protection, and really can just stop any wave clear that OSU try to attempt right now. And we're just recalling it this funny bush here, but yeah. I mean, Mock maybe might sniff it out, but just gonna respect it. Continue to back up more towards the tower and just be ready to stop the waves from crashing into the tier 2s. Perhaps I say that, but Kev just putting the pressure on us alongside Evan with the reinforcement. They're just gonna opt to give it out. They're just trusting in their high ground to hold at this point, I believe. I mean, they do have the ults to do it. Hopefully the damage will come in, but the thing is, how many chances do you get against this siege? We'll have to see.
We're looking the mid lane is a bit of a stalemate right now, but on the bot lane, Heavy has taken out that tier 2, going to push the Ambessa back a little bit further. advance that lead. SJSU still one tier 2 tower left to go.
5 fire getting noted, getting scouted, but luckily the rest of the team is able to cover, or ready to anyways. But there's a setup in the jungle, and Cyborg's going to be the first to sniff this out. Gonna see if they advance forward as, you know, the rest of the team falls forward. Hex Flash comes in, is committed, does not initiate.
It's Cyborg, the one to initiate.
Person,
Aurelian Soul gets those 4. Stinky unstoppable now. Mock finding more knock-ups for Evan to feast on
but public
right
execution
now.
on the backline boundary between worlds to try to bounce in between. Gets the shutdown on the one. Shorter Shadows actually gets on all 4, and the rest of the backline is actually shredded.
Evan, no, switches up. Kevy and Evan still alive here. 5 fire, the only one left for OSU. So this tier 3 could go down. You maybe get the inhibitor as well.
I mean, Kevy will probably just,
back. So I don't think there's gonna be a finish possible for Evan. No, surely you don't have the damage.
Yeah, but still have to respect the AP scaling.
Here. Yeah.
You have to respect the AP scaling though, especially with the full AP Aurora, and now the rest of the team able to spawn back up, but that was really dangerous. The thing is, at the very least, they're not able to get through the wall. That is simply Cassante and Evan right now.
Yeah, was very close to SJSU faltering a little bit there. I mean, we saw how low Evan was. Heavy would have still been alive, but you wouldn't get as much value out of that as you do have now with that inhibitor exposed in the top lane. Still, not exactly what you want out of that exchange. 2 towers for 4 lives. Not perfect, but not the worst thing in the world now. You're gonna have Soul coming up in 25 seconds here. SJSU, this would be a big pickup. OSU, you kind of need to stop this, or at least get something in exchange for it. But Went now doing so much damage. The Aurelian Soul in the late game, finding 1 kill, finding a second for Stinky to claim. Went keeps going. Miller tries to stop him, gets the knock up, disrupting the attack, but it's not quite enough. Evan jumping into the back line. You cannot stop this team. SJSU with 5 players alive will end against OSU's 1. There aren't any minions here, but they should still be able to get rid of these towers efficiently enough. 5150 cannot make it back to the spawn, so the towers will fall and the Nexus soon after that. SJSU take the 5-game series. It was close, but they made it happen. GG's.
And this will continue their tournament lives in the CLOL tournament. GG, well played to both teams. OSU got us scared in the second half, but once SJSU figured it out, it took a few tries. It wasn't pretty. It was scrappy, and honestly, it could have gone either way. In the end, though, they prevail. The Spartans move on forward, continue their charge, and that'll conclude today's stream.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all of you who tuned in today. It was a long stream, but it'll be a longer one for SJSU's continuation into this tournament. Wasn't quite the right wording, but we are gonna see SJSU continue in this tournament, which is something that we're really glad to commentate on. We'll be there for that on Sunday, I believe. So stick around for that. Tune in for that. Tomorrow we have a Valorant stream, college Valorant stream at 12 p.m. So tune in for that as well. Support our teams here on campus. Thank you for tuning in. I have been It's Not Hawk.
Follow our socials down below, SJSU Esports on all platforms there. We are trying to get more active on the social media. We are trying to grow this club into something much more, and we will see you gamers, enthusiasts later. Have a nice day.